Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to the National Urban League's 18th Annual Legislative Policy Conference presented by Johnson & Johnson. Now, we're coming to you virtually for the second consecutive year because of the ongoing pandemic, but we've arrived at a promising moment. COVID infection rates are in decline nationally as more Americans are vaccinated. And with business sectors opening up, there's strong hope for what some are calling a safe return to normal. Eyes opened by COVID, normal for African Americans today means unequal access to health care, disproportionately poor outcomes from cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. Normal means wage inequality and limited employment opportunities. For small Black-owned businesses, normal means discriminatory practices by financial institutions and lenders. Normal in our communities means militarized policing, racial profiling, and excessive use of force. Normal means an unfair justice system that exploited minor infractions to incarcerate Black lives. For Black people and other communities of color, a return to normal is unacceptable. We want a new normal. We want a move towards a more equitable normal, and let us seize this moment. In 2021, we're dedicating all of our energies and resources to this goal. And that includes working closely with policymakers at all levels to ensure that all legislation related to the recovery addresses inequality. This conference is about deepening that collaboration, attacking the critical issues, and building a more productive path forward for this nation. To this end, we must begin at the beginning with full and complete participation in the democratic process. We must begin with access to the right to vote. And as we know, voting rights are under siege like no time since Reconstruction. The Supreme Court dangerously rolled back voting rights protections in the Shelby v. Holder ruling. Since then, onerous restrictions like rattlesnakes, cobras, and alligators have flooded state legislatures and have already been signed into law in places like Florida and Georgia. This is wrong. This is un-American. This is anti-democratic, and we will resist. It's all hands on deck, and you are asked to join us in this fight today by taking part in our Phone to Action initiative, Protect Our Vote. Text Protect Our Vote, all one word, to 52886 and urge your member of Congress to pass the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. We need both bills to restore and protect the integrity of the ballot, from automatic voter registration to ending targeted voting roll purges. Now, the 1965 Voting Rights Act prohibited states with a history of voter suppression from changing their laws without first getting federal clearance. When you text Protect Our Vote to 52886, you'll receive a special link where you'll be asked to provide some basic demographic information. From there, you can forward a pre-written letter to your member of Congress demanding passage of both voter protection bills. I need your help. I'm asking you to be in the game, to be part of the action, to make a difference. This way, we can be effective in showing your support and the support of thousands and hundreds of thousands and even millions to send a clear message to the Congress of the United States. We will not go back to Jim Crow era suppression. We must demand full restoration of the 1965 Voting Rights Act. More than that, we demand progress on voting rights and access for every American. So on behalf of the National Urban League, I say thank you. Thank you for the work you do in communities each and every day, and thank you for being a part of this year's Legislative Policy Conference. We've got some great sessions, some great guest speakers. We have a lot to offer, so take advantage of this full opportunity. Now, I want to take a moment to express deep appreciation and gratitude to our many sponsors for their courage and spirit of advocacy. They are our presenting sponsor, Johnson & Johnson, the leader sponsor, UPS, our advocate sponsors, Eli Lilly and Company, Verizon, Wells Fargo, T-Mobile, Walmart, American Property Casualty Insurance Association, Comcast, Dove, Philip Morris, and AARP. Your generosity makes this event possible. Beyond recovery, the movement for an equitable normal starts now.
Good morning and welcome to our first panel discussion of the conference, Reset and Recover, a conversation with the Congressional Caucuses for Communities of Color. My name is Joy Cheney, and I am the Executive Director of the National Urban League's Washington Bureau and the Urban League's Senior Vice President for Policy and Advocacy. It is my distinct pleasure to proudly serve as your moderator for this session, which is being brought to you by our presenting sponsor, Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson have prepared a special message for the occasion. Let's listen.
Hello, I'm Michael Sneed, Executive Vice President of Global Corporate Affairs and Chief Communication Officer at Johnson & Johnson. We're thrilled and humbled by the opportunity to sponsor this year's National Urban League Legislative Policy Conference. The past year has been incredibly challenging for all of us, and the impact of COVID-19 has thrown into stark relief the deep-rooted systemic inequities that lead to far worse health outcomes for people of color. As a company, we recognize that racism is a public health crisis. Recently, we announced a major initiative we call our Race to Health Equity. Through this commitment, we aim to partner with community leaders and health system stakeholders to close the gap of health inequities for people of color. To achieve this bold vision, we know that all stakeholders have to come together, from government and community leaders to the private sector. This is why we look forward to this conference, because this type of dialogue fosters understanding and forges deeper alliances to make meaningful change for the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson & Johnson, for your support and for your advocacy. As I mentioned a moment ago, we will be meeting now with the leaders of the Congressional Caucuses for Communities of Color. Individually and as a collective, the Congressional Black Caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus are charged in the wake of COVID with planning and implementing policies to help restore the health, vibrancy, and stability of their respective communities, but also our entire nation. Economics is a big part of their task, bringing back jobs and small businesses. But their mission is also to restore the social fabric, addressing the sharp rise in hate crimes against communities of color, and addressing systemic structural racism that the pandemic brought to the forefront, including within our health system. The struggle isn't about restoring the status quo. It's about moving forward so every community share equally, equitably in America's prosperity. Let's get started with introductions, starting with U.S. Representative Stephen Horsford of Nevada's 4th District, first Vice Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus. I should also note that Representative Horsford is here on behalf of Representative Joyce Beatty, who could not be with us because her husband just passed, and we wish her condolences on behalf of the National Urban League and the National Urban League movement. We also welcome U.S. Representative Judy Chu of California's 27th District. She is chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. And finally, U.S. Representative Nanette Diaz-Barragan of California's 44th District. She is first vice chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Thank you all so much for being here, and let's begin. This year has been the most remarkable, I guess, for lack of a better term, congressional session in modern history, maybe since the country's founding, almost from the first days. The January 6th assault on the Capitol and the refusal of some of your colleagues to acknowledge the election results, to frankly, the toxic conflicts over even the bare minimum, like the mask requirements, to even allowing guns in the chamber, and not to mention the legislative obstruction, mostly in the Senate, but also in the House, has just made this a unique period. And I think for those of us on the outside, it is a little scary, and we wonder, can there be any legislative progress in this kind of environment? So I'd like to start there. We are the Legislative Policy Conference, and throughout the next 2 days, we're going to do a lot of talking about legislation and how we can build back better as a nation. And so we want to know, what are the possibilities of us having any of that building back better legislation in this environment? Let me start with Congresswoman Chu.
Well, this has been a very difficult year for so many different reasons. The January 6th assault was unimaginable, the first attack on our U.S. Capitol since the War of 1812. And we are wanting to know the truth behind it. That's why we are wanting a January 6th commission that will get to that truth, and also want the appropriations that will make our Capitol safe and certainly protect the people who protect us. So we have definitely been at loggerheads on that. It's created a more partisan atmosphere. Yet at the same time, we have been able to get things accomplished. So even though it is a partisan atmosphere, we were able to get the American Rescue Plan done. And I tell you, that is a huge accomplishment. $1.9 trillion of relief. Actually, it is the biggest bill that I was ever able to take part in and vote on. And it provided so much relief, even though indeed it was done with just our side of the aisle. We were able to accomplish it. And look at what happened. We were able to get stimulus check reliefs, an ongoing amount of unemployment. We were able to provide money so that schools could safely reopen. We were able to extend the PPP loans for small business. We were able to give monies to state and local government so that they can make sure that their constituents are safe. So there was a lot accomplished. And actually, there have also been bipartisan bills that have passed out. I just, of course, have to say something about the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act. We worked very, very hard to address the anti-Asian hate. And we actually were able to get it out of both the Senate and the House on a very strong bipartisan vote. And it was signed into law by President Biden.
So there's a lot to be hopeful for. So as I turn to Congressman Horsford and Representative Barragan, I'd love to know, what are your caucuses focusing on? What are your priorities as we go forward? And I'll start with Representative Horsford.
Thank you, Joy. It's great to be with you and with my colleagues from the Tri-Caucus. Want to thank the National Urban League for your tremendous leadership and partnership. As you indicated, we have been focused on crushing this virus, getting our economy back on track, and restoring public confidence in our democratic institutions through the right to vote, by making sure that we pass the For the People Act, as well as passing H.R. 4, the John Lewis Voting Rights Enhancement Act. That is one of the top priorities for the Congressional Black Caucus. We are also working with our colleagues to pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, because we know far many Black lives have been lost due to at the hands of certain law enforcement officials, and we want to see increased accountability through the passage of the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, not just to honor George Floyd, but to prevent the senseless deaths that occur, sadly, on a too regular basis in our country, and to really address the Black trauma that so many families face every single day, wondering whether or not it's going to be our child next or our community that's going to be affected. So those are among the top priorities for the Congressional Black Caucus right now.
I am the stepmother to a 17-year-old Black boy, and so I thank you. Representative Barragan.
Well, thank you. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus has seen our community be devastated by COVID-19. We've seen communities of color have been hit pretty hard. And one of the great things about the Tri-Caucus is when we work together in unison, our numbers are strong and we can get a lot done. So it's great to be able to partner up with our colleagues and the caucuses on doing things like addressing COVID-19 and the disparities we saw in vaccine equity and rollout. So making sure that we're working together on those is something the Congressional Hispanic Caucus has been committed to. At the end of the day, we want to see an economic recovery. We know how communities of colors have been hit hard. Latino communities, especially Latino women, have been hit very hard from the economic downturn. But we need to focus on the recovery, and we need to make sure it's an equitable economic recovery. And that's one of the angles the Congressional Hispanic Caucus is focused on. Amongst that is making sure that we look and pass immigration reform. We know that immigrants contribute to this economy, to this country. And so we're going to continue to push on things like immigration reform. We're talking to our colleagues and moving that. But when we talk about economic recovery, we're negotiating right now and having hearings on parts of what could be part of the American Jobs Plan. So this is about creating jobs and making sure that our communities are included, including things like climate and environmental justice in communities of color when we are creating these pieces of legislation. So it's great to be part of a tri-caucus, really a quad caucus, in making sure that we are all working together.
Native American Caucus, Congressional Caucus was not able to participate today, but we're hoping to have them participate in some other way. Otherwise, it would have been the Quad Caucus. Let me just say on immigration reform, Urban League cares a lot about that. I think that what many don't realize is that there are immigrants who come from all of the communities represented here today, Asian American, African immigrants, as well as Latino immigrants. So we're thrilled that you all are working on that. Representative Chu, let me bring you back in. I want to know what the Asian American Caucus is focused on in terms of priorities. You just had a big win, of course, on an unfortunate issue. But what else are you all prioritizing for this session?
So let me say that our priorities are clearly in combating COVID-19, but also in combating the hate that was engendered by COVID-19. First, on COVID-19 itself, we have had disproportionate impacts to our community. And what many people don't realize is that our Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian population had 2 to 3 times the infection and COVID rate relative to other populations. And we only know that for the states in which there is disaggregation of data. There are so many states, about 30 states, that don't even disaggregate the data. So we don't even know if their mortality rates for the Pacific Islanders is much, much higher. But also we have had higher rates of business closures and long-term unemployment. We've had impacts on our workforce. So for instance, Filipino nurses are 4% of the nursing population, but they are 30% of the COVID deaths. So we have been working overtime to make sure that we address the disproportionate impacts of COVID-19 on our community. And that's why the American Rescue Plan was so significant, because there were funds to especially reach out to our Tri-Caucus communities to make sure that there were greater vaccination rates and ways that were sensitive to those communities in terms of how we were able to get out to them and get the information to them with trusted people in their community. But then there is the hate crimes that have been engendered by the coronavirus, starting from when President Trump called it the China virus, Wuhan virus, and Kung flu. He was saying that so as to deflect blame from himself for his failed response. And he said it despite the fact that the CDC and the World Health Organization said not to use such terms because of the stigma it would cause people from that ethnicity and from that geographic location. Well, he continued on despite all the work we were doing, press conferences, statements, letters to the White House, hearings, legislation. He continued to do that. And now, as a result, there have been at least 6,600 documented anti-Asian hate crimes and incidents in the United States. We've had more of the elderly being assaulted and even killed, such as an 84-year-old Thai man in San Francisco who was just on his morning walk when he was assaulted and killed. We've had the shootings in Georgia, 8 people killed at 3 Asian spas in Georgia, with 6 of them being Asian women. So we know that this has had a huge effect on our AAPI community, tremendous fear and anxiety where AAPIs are scared to let their grandmothers and grandfathers go out to just do their groceries. And it's the kind of thing where at this point, we're opening up the newspaper every day and seeing somebody else that's been assaulted. And it's making people feel like, well, will I be next? So
Absolutely.
That's why we worked on this hate crime legislation.
I think that's right. And I think that the anti-Asian hate crimes legislation was an example of where all 4 caucuses worked together. Plus, right? I think LGBT caucus, as well as Jewish Americans and others, have really come together to say that these race-based, ethnicity-based, religious-based, increasing in hate crimes is a real problem for our nation. So I'd love to talk about just sort of where you all see, this shift. It does feel like we're at a point in our country where our hate does seem to be on its sleeve right now in ways that perhaps we had not seen before. And so do you have any advice to our listeners for how we navigate this moment and find reconciliation between both groups of people of color, but also with our white colleagues who also want to stand with us? How are you all navigating those issues within Congress? And how are you, what advice do you have for us who are not in Congress and trying to navigate that in our regular lives?
I think it's important that we have the workings of the Quad Caucus working together, and that we're standing with each other in solidarity, right? When you talk about the injustices that are happening in our country, whether it's Asian hate crimes or Black men, unarmed Black men being killed, this is discrimination amongst communities of color that have been happening across the board. And so I really find it disheartening when I hear people say, well, that's a Black issue, that's a Latino issue. No, it's not. This is our issue, and it's an American issue, and we need to continue to stand together. And that's why I'm proud that the Quad Caucus is working together, and we're getting people to come out in protest of all races, of all colors, to stand up. And I think that's something that we need to continue to show that example and lead on and be supportive. And again, when we work together as a caucus, when our caucuses rather come together and work together, we're just able to get that done. And so When we saw the incidents of hate crime starting to rise amongst Asian Americans, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus immediately said, we stand with our brothers and sisters. We want to be supportive and helpful, whether it's sponsoring legislation, whether it's putting out a statement, whether it's doing a press conference. And the same is true, with the George Floyd and Policing Act. And we got to get it across the finish line and going to the caucuses and standing together. So we have to be that example for the public, for our kids to see, and that we have to continue to teach in our schools. And I think that's where we need to start. And it's something we've been working on.
I
Mm-hmm.
completely agree with my colleagues. This is an issue of systemic racism that has been embedded in our nation since its founding. And sadly, it is represented in our federal policies, our state policies, our local policies, a lot of our programs. And part of what the Tri-Caucus represents is our power. Our chairwoman says all the time, our power, our message. We have power, and it's not just the power of members of Congress or the Tri-Caucus, but it's the people, the constituents that we represent across the country, the people of color who have been affected by these policies over time. And what we know is when people show up and they vote, we are able to elect representatives who share their concerns, their values, and their priorities. And so what you're seeing right now in the 117th Congress, there's a reckoning happening. Racial equity is at the top of the agenda in the 117th Congress. It is at the top of the agenda for President Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. It is a priority throughout the administration. Our Tri-Caucus worked to make sure that this administration is the most diverse in the history of our nation in every regard, from the cabinet to the under cabinet to every department, because what we know is that personnel is policy, and when it reflects the diversity and inclusion of all of our communities, then we will see the policies that we want for all of our communities, not just one group over another, but we want to address those policies for the needs and not to leave anyone behind or any community out.
That is so right. And one of the reasons why we wanted this legislative policy conference to really have the showing of this administration's diversity is because we want them to know personnel is policy. So in terms of that policy, let's go back to COVID-19 a bit, because we talked a lot about systemic racism. And I think what happened with COVID-19 is we saw that it's a health crisis. This isn't just about feelings and experiences. This is about life and death. And we saw that all of the communities that you represent and I represent just in my person were facing disproportionate outcomes when it came to COVID-19. So what I'd love for us to talk about now is, we know what happened. We know what the statistics are. And if you don't, go to the COVID needs assessment on the National Urban League's website, nul.org, and you can learn more about all, we call them the Quad, Caucus, Black, Asian American, Latino, and Native American. We pulled together a wonderful report with Representative Bass that dealt with some of the disparities that were experienced through all four of those communities. But let's talk about going forward. What are we going to do to address the health disparities in this country on the basis of race and ethnicity? It's in desperate need, obviously. And I will let any one of you start, whoever wants to take the lead on that.
I'd love to go first. First, this is a top priority. And as you indicated, Congresswoman Karen Bass, along with Congresswoman Robin Kelly, Barbara Lee, and others, worked with the Tri-Caucus leadership to do something that had never been done, and that was to get racial demographic data on the coronavirus infection rate, as well as the need to target the resources around vaccine, the mobile units, getting more resources into the communities. Well, now we're working on legislation. In fact, I'm a member of the Racial Equity Initiative, along with Jimmy Gomez and Terry Sewell of the Ways and Means Committee, where we're literally trying to embed those policies on racial equity across everything: healthcare, the economy, trade policy, tax law. Just think about it. We have inherently inequitable tax law that disproportionately affects people of color as well. And so we are tackling this head on. And so on the issue of healthcare, one of the things is we need to collect information based on the racial breakdown, the demographic breakdown, not just for COVID, but for all of the other health-related issues that impact our community. Why? So that we can better target the solutions, the resources, the funding that we know will work to improve those inequities for our communities of color. And they're not all the same. What we need to do for one community may not be exactly the same for others. So that's just one example of how we are carrying this work forward, and we're doing it in a combined effort through the Tri-Caucus, the Quad Caucus, along with partners like the National Urban League.
Thank you so much. And you're right, it's about equity, not just equality, doing and meeting the community where their needs are. Representative True or Representative Bargon, I'd love to hear from you on this question about how we address those health disparities.
Well, the health disparities are the #1 issue for people of color. And I just have to tell you a little bit of history. The Tri-Caucus was founded over 20 years ago when it was actually, the founder was Eddie Bernice Johnson, who felt that by combining our power, we could become more influential in getting what we needed. So that was the start of it. But today, because of the increase in members of Congress of people of color, we are over half of the House Democratic Caucus. Well, when the Tri-Caucus was founded, they decided that they would focus on one issue and introduce a bill, and that bill would be alternated between each caucus. And guess what that bill was? The Health, Equity, and Accountability Bill. So we have actually been doing this for 20 years where we tackle this issue. We have it sponsored or led by one caucus, but we alternate it. And one by one, we've been able to get many of these issues addressed. For instance, because we had it ready to go, many of those provisions were in the Affordable Care Act. But now we are facing a pandemic unlike any other. And so it was important to get even more information and in-depth research about the disproportionate impacts of COVID. That's why I'm so grateful to Congressmember Karen Bass for initiating this Quad Caucus study, this incredible, in-depth, year-long study on the impacts. And in fact, I just got a briefing on the impacts on the AAPI community. And I was very startled to see how much documentation there was about the effects of COVID on and the hate crimes on the mental health of AAPIs, which turns out to be the top issue for our community. And that says a lot. And it also shapes us in terms of what we need to do for the future.
And if I could just chime in really quickly, I happen to sit on Energy and Commerce and the Healthcare Subcommittee. So the issue of disparities in health is something near and dear to me that we do work on quite a bit. Judy mentioned the bill that the Tri-Caucus is working on, which is the Health, Equity, and Accountability Act. This is a piece of legislation that will address things like workforce diversity, the social determinants of health. I can't say that enough. Your health outcome is determined by your housing situation, how close you live to environmental air pollution, and so many factors that we call the social determinants of health. So it addresses that. Environmental justice, clearly, if you live near an oil refinery, if you live next to drilling, if you live next to a highway, guess what? It's communities of color, Black and brown communities, low-income communities, who are suffering higher respiratory problems. They have higher cancers and asthma. So this is an environmental justice issue that goes right into the disparities that we are seeing in health. And so we saw in the last Congress, there was only about $3 million allocated for social determinants of health. It was based on a bill that I introduced. This year, we've got the Biden-Harris administration asking for $153 million. So you see the huge jump, which goes to your values. And let's say that when you look at budgets and where monies are spent, that goes to your values. And so this administration has said they're committed, and we've now just got to execute that with legislation to invest in closing these disparities in health, which includes making sure that our communities have access to health care. So that's something we still have work to do on.
I want to jump in just to say this. I love that you're on energy and commerce. One of the things that National Urban League is taking the lead on, in addition to that needs assessment, is also looking at closing the digital divide. And so we've been talking a lot about telehealth. We have a Lewis Latimer plan for digital equity and inclusion, and a section of that focuses on the need for telehealth. And I'd love to talk with each of your communities. We've done other work with corresponding groups who work in each of your communities, and all of them have said access to that would be incredibly important. I'd love to just hear, what are some of the pros, some of the benefits of telehealth, and what are some of the things we need to be thinking about that might be some concerns as we move towards this telehealth moment. I'd love to squeeze in. That wasn't planned. So if you don't want to answer, no problem. I just couldn't resist because we've been focusing so much on it, and there's a connection there.
Well, I could start if you'd like, because this is something the committee's been very focused on. Yeah. Telehealth in the last year over COVID has really taken a really quick progress. We've seen how helpful it has been for people to be able to consult with a physician virtually. Now, one of the concerns that we have that we need to close the gap on is sometimes in our communities of color, we may not have access to the technology or the broadband. There's a story I like to tell about my own mother, who's 80 years old and doesn't have access to get on a computer. Maybe she wouldn't even know how to get on it if you gave her one. And so there are going to be situations where there could be access to technology, access to broadband, or even just, people who may be a little more technically challenged. So we want to make sure that for those folks, telehealth includes the ability to pick up the phone, the old-fashioned phone that some of our family members still have, to have that telehealth visit over a telephone. There's been a lot of strict rules about needing the video interaction. And so that's something that we've seen kind of loosened up a little bit, but this is a bipartisan issue that you will see moving forward because it is so important in having that access. It doesn't take away from the importance of physically being in front of your physician, but telehealth is an amazing tool, especially if you have to travel long distances.
That's right. And I've also heard,
To Nanette's point, and Judy and I serve on Ways and Means, and we work with our energy and commerce partners on this policy. We've had some hearings on telehealth specifically. And, as an example as well, my district covers 52,000 square miles. I have 6 rural counties, some of them that literally do not have access to connectivity or sustainable, stable connectivity. I actually took one of the federal communication commissioners out to one of the rural healthcare centers in my district. And literally while we were there in the waiting room with the doctor and the patient, the system went down. And it was an example of why we have to invest more in broadband infrastructure in the American Jobs Plan. But we also need to address cultural competency issues throughout healthcare, and telehealth is no exception. Telehealth should be used as a supplement, not to supplant. And if we're not increasing cultural competency, you can actually have other barriers. I've heard from teachers, for example, who really struggled with the barriers of digital literacy with parents and even students, some of whom may have been a little embarrassed or ashamed about the housing environment that they were in. And so at the time where we were requiring students to turn on their screens in order to be counted for the day's lesson, meanwhile, there might be things happening in the house that is a barrier. And that's something that we have to be honest about, we have to confront, and we can't have our policies be blind to those type of challenges that some of our communities face.
Absolutely. Congresswoman Chu, do you want to jump in?
Well, I'll just say, yes, we had hearings on telehealth in our Ways and Means Committee. And I think that we have gotten to a point because of COVID where we've done so much telehealth that we probably aren't going to return to the way things were before. We just cannot, because there are so many ways that people have been able to get treatment. For instance, in mental health, I mean, that is especially made, I think, for telehealth. Yet at the same time, what came out in our hearings was we need to also ensure that that low-income people are not disadvantaged by having telehealth be a substitute for actual physical inspections. I mean, after all, there's some conditions that you can only determine through an actual in-person visit. So let's make sure we have those guardrails there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, if you want to know about what the Urban League feels on these issues, I want you to go to the Lewis Latimer Plan for Digital Equity and Inclusion, where we talk about all of these things: availability, affordability, digital literacy. And the last thing, because this is where I want to end as we begin to wrap up, economic inclusion. And making sure as we have these new digital booms, and frankly, this new investment in infrastructure, as Representative Bergam talked about, there are social determinants of health. And so when we invest in the infrastructure of our country, we are also investing in our health and our racial disparities and trying to close those gaps as well. As we look to invest billions into the American economy in both physical as well as human infrastructure, how do we ensure communities of color benefit from those investments?
I know we're all going to want to comment on this for sure. First and foremost, we need to build back better in a more inclusive and equitable way. And we need to create wealth, Black wealth, for communities in the Black community specifically. And the American Jobs Plan is an opportunity for us to do that. There's $100 billion, for example, for workforce development training. But we need to make sure that women, especially women of color, are at the forefront of these opportunities because they were the hardest hit during the recession of this pandemic. We also need to have opportunities for small businesses, minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned businesses. 40% of Black-owned businesses struggle to keep their doors open, and some of them, unfortunately, could not during the pandemic. And so they need to be incentivized with the opportunities to be at the front of these new sectors that we're building in the American Jobs Plan and not left out. So the Congressional Black Caucus, working with our Tri-Caucus partners, are really focused on making sure that these opportunities, we're talking about 2 to 3 million jobs in the American Jobs Plan, that we focus those opportunities with Black and other marginalized communities to be at the forefront of those opportunities.
That's right, Representative Chu.
As a member of the House Small Business Committee, we have to ensure that underserved small businesses are indeed served through any kind of aid that we pass out. And actually, there are very, very important lessons from what happened with the COVID relief. We immediately started a program, the Paycheck Protection Program, PPP. But when those loans were first dispensed, they went to the largest corporations that had these big loans with the biggest banks, and our smallest businesses were not served. Actually, as part of the legislation, we had put in a provision saying that there needs to be demographic information collected on who was being served. And the Trump administration never enforced that. So we actually don't know. And I have to tell you that recently, the LA Times decided to go back and do kind of a third-party research study. And what they did was compare the PPP loans in the white oriented census districts versus the minority districts. And they found that the PPP loans in the white districts were 2 times that of Latino census districts, 1.5 times that of Black districts, and 1.2 times that of the API district. So there was clear disparity there. That's why we had to have this set aside for the community financial institutions, the CDFIs, the microloan institutions, the community credit unions, who would be able to dispense loans and ensure that they went to the underserved communities.
And who know their communities best.
Exactly. They know. And so we put in those provisions. It did do the trick, but that's a lesson learned, that we have to put those provisions in there to make sure our underserved communities get the aid they need.
And I just want to piggyback and say, I think it's important when we're drafting legislation that we're looking to see are there specific mandates to prioritize communities that have been left behind or have suffered the brunt in the past. We are seeing that with the President's Justice 40 initiative, where he has made a commitment to invest at least 40% of climate investment benefits to communities that have been disadvantaged and those who have been on the front lines of climate. And so the jobs plan is about creating jobs through infrastructure. And so there are a lot of ways to do this. We got to make sure we get it right this time so that we have that equitable recovery. So we know COVID highlighted the inequities. And so we got to take it upon us to fix that moving forward.
It's all about equity and building back better. Thank you all so much to Representative Barragan, Representative Chu, and Representative Forsford. We are so thankful for the work of the Tri-Caucus, plus the Native American Caucus is not represented here today, but we just thank God for your work and for your service to the nation. Thank you all so much for being here, and enjoy the rest of the Legislative Policy Conference.
Hello, everyone. I'm April Ryan. I bring you greetings from the grill. It's wonderful to be a part of yet another of the National Urban League's virtual conversations. This time, we are talking about a very important topic. We're talking about recovering, reframing, rebuilding America's infrastructure. Now, earlier this year, the Biden administration released a sweeping infrastructure proposal. Now, that proposal reached beyond the regular bridge and railroad and road repair. it encompassed so much more, to include plans to call for building public housing, schools, providing paid family leave and affordable childcare, and extending free public education to guarantee preschool and community college. It's a bold initiative. Even AOC is in support. Now, it is promising and ambitious, and it is a step forward, but there are hurdles and barriers ahead in a sharply divided Congress. Is America prepared to undertake a comprehensive infrastructure overhaul? Are you prepared? And how do we ensure that the communities of color are not left behind? There are some questions that we have about this, and they will be addressed. But first, let's stand by for a message from American Property Casualty Insurance.
Infrastructure. For insurers, it means building together. From stronger and safer homes, cars, and communities, to diverse and inclusive workforces and supply chains. And it means helping Americans protect their greatest investments by keeping home, auto, and business insurance products affordable and available. I'm David Sampson, President and CEO of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. And on behalf of our members, thank you for the opportunity to join the National Urban League's Legislative Policy Conference. We certainly applaud federal policymakers for making infrastructure a priority this year and urge that road safety and natural catastrophe resiliency be at the foundation of any proposal. You know, preventing crashes and fortifying homes not only makes communities stronger, it also reduces insurance costs for families and business owners. And that's why we look forward to more opportunities to work with the National Urban League in the months ahead. Together, we can build the infrastructure needed to advance opportunity and protect what matters most.
Next, we will hear from Comcast.
Want to help kids get their homework done? Well, an internet connection's a good start. But internet's no good if you don't have anything to connect to it. Kids also need computers. And when you back us, it shows. And sometimes the hardest thing about homework is finding a place to do it. So why not hook community centers up with Wi-Fi? For students like her, them, and me.
Over the next 10 years, Comcast is committing $1 billion to reach 50 million low-income Americans with the tools and resources they need to be ready for anything.
I hope you're ready, because we are.
Thank you. Next, let's welcome U.S. Representative Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina. He serves as the House Majority Whip.
Well, thank you very kindly for allowing me to be a part of this tremendous discussion of America's infrastructure. And I do believe that broadband deployment fits neatly into the subject. We think of infrastructure traditionally as roads and bridges, water and sewage. Every now and then people will talk about rails and ports. The fact of the matter is, it's a much broader issue than that. In fact, when we first heard of the internet, it was often referred to as the information highway. Each local community will determine what is or is not adequate education or sufficient infrastructure for education. I believe the time has come for us as a nation, in order to compete globally, we must have some minimum standards when it comes to education. And one has to do with infrastructure. So school construction, in my opinion, should be a part of infrastructure. That is the infrastructure by which education is conducted. But also, when it comes to the family, the infrastructure for the family should include affordable housing. And we've been making the case for that as well. And I applaud this administration for doing so. So as you discuss the rebuilding, the redesigning, the reinventing, whatever the hour may be, let's make sure that we broaden that discussion in order to meet the times within which we live. Just remember, rail was not necessarily an infrastructure until Abraham Lincoln did the Transcontinental Railroad. Interstates were not part of our infrastructure until Dwight Eisenhower did the interstate highways. Broadband would not be a part of infrastructure until we do it. And it's time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congressman. But before we go to our panel, let's welcome Brian Dees, the Director of the National Economic Council.
Hi, everyone. First, I'd like to give a quick thank you to Mark and the entire National Urban League team for the invitation to speak and for your ongoing partnership. This is a crucial moment to be having this conversation, and I'm grateful to have an opportunity to talk about the President's vision for America's infrastructure, which is core to his economic strategy of building and growing an economy from the bottom up and the middle out. And unlike times in the past, bringing everybody along as we grow the economy that we need. The strategy and the motivating force for the President's effort began with the passage of the American Rescue Plan less than 100 days ago. And since then, we've delivered 160 million relief checks to 85% of all Americans. We've cut healthcare premiums. We've extended free and reduced price meals for 30 million students through the summer. And we've made the largest investment in childcare at any point since World War II. And as a result, we are seeing our economy grow at the fastest rate in nearly 40 years, 2 million jobs created over the last 4 months. But now is the moment to double down and keep going rather than let up. This effort to build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out has also animated the President's efforts around small business, which Mark and the National Urban League team have been indispensable partners on. Since we changed the rules on how additional funds could go to sole proprietorships and the smallest of businesses, 70% of which are owned by women and minorities, SBA has made nearly $54 billion in forgivable loans to roughly 3.6 million of these small businesses. And now we extend that vision and that focus to the American Jobs Plan and our vision to build a modern 21st century infrastructure. This is about economic opportunity and it's about equity. Low-income Americans spend an average of 37% of their income on transportation. People of color are twice as likely to rely on public transportation to get to the jobs they need. And in the past, our transportation infrastructure has actually exacerbated racial inequity. We've seen portions of interstate highway systems built through Black neighborhoods, destroying homes, schools, churches, parks, causing lasting impacts to residents who stayed. And that's why at the core of the American Jobs Plan is a new Highway to Neighborhoods program to reconnect neighborhoods previously divided by legacy infrastructure. Let me give you one concrete example. When Interstate 81 was built outside Syracuse, New York, it cut through primarily a Black and Jewish neighborhood called the 15th Ward. The state has now developed a plan, one that could be financed by the American Jobs Plan, to tear down 1.4 miles of elevated highway on Highway I-91 and replace it with a street grid that includes green space, bike lanes, and opportunities to create small business and economic opportunity. The jobs plan is about more than just roads and bridges, though, because our infrastructure opportunity is vast and it's urgent. This is about eliminating all lead pipes and service lines in our country to finally provide affordable drinking water to all Americans and all children. We could reduce lead exposure to the 10 million homes and the 400,000 schools and childcare facilities that still rely on lead pipes. We could invest in a clean energy to advance climate justice and mitigate disparate impacts of pollution on communities of color and create millions of jobs doing it. And we could get high-speed internet to every part of America and overcome the systemic barriers to economic opportunity and equality that come from the digital divide and not being able to access the 21st century of high-speed, affordable internet. At the end of the day, modernizing our infrastructure while accounting for previously ignored or exploited social disparities, it won't be easy, but it's something that we have to get right. As I speak to you today, the president is overseas going to his first G7, and he speaks often about this moment being bigger than just your typical Washington discussion about investment. This is about whether democracies can deliver for their people as we are in a race for who is going to win the 21st century. And a key factor to us winning this fight is going to be having strong on-the-ground partnerships with community leaders who know how the best infrastructure actually works, knows the challenges that have gotten in the way in the past, and can help us unlock this investment for the future. So I want to thank all of you for your partnership in this effort, for your constructive ideas and engagement that have gotten us to this point. And I look forward to working with all of you to make these visions a reality. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
It is indeed a pleasure to be with you again. And we are at that part of the program where we're talking about infrastructure, the topic of the day, the topic right now, period, as it deals with the U.S. economy and jobs. We are so pleased today to have someone who is very important, involved in a lot of negotiations that's happening in this country. We're talking about none other than U.S. Congresswoman Karen Bass. Hello, Congresswoman.
Hello, hello.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks for including me.
Next, we have Don Graves, the Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Hello, Mr. Graves. How are you?
I'm great, April. Thanks so much for having me.
It's great to see you. And also with us, W. Teddy McDaniel III, President and CEO of the Urban League of Central Carolinas. Wow. Hello, Mr. McDaniel. How are you?
I'm doing well, April. Glad to be here.
I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad all three of you are here. So let's get right to it. Let's talk about infrastructure. President Biden has moved boldly on infrastructure. It's not just about infrastructure just for building purposes. It's about building back the economy. It's about jobs. It's about job training. It's about childcare and other concerns that are not always associated with infrastructure. I kind of call this something that we call Sarah Palin, but not that way. But it's mavericky, very bold. Congresswoman, let's talk about this. Why this move this way in this moment?
Well, I am very excited about it, and I'm excited the fact that infrastructure is being viewed very broadly. But let's talk about the building of the roads and bridges and all of that stuff for a minute. You know, one of the things that I'm excited about is that it's an inclusive package because, April, you know, a lot of times you can put infrastructure together, but that doesn't mean our folks get hired, our folks get the jobs. And so the fact that that is included in this package is important. And although you see more and more women in construction, it is still predominantly male. And so looking at infrastructure in a broader way, because we need all of this to support our economy and our nation, looking at things like childcare. One of the reasons why it's been difficult as we are coming out of the pandemic, doesn't that sound great to even say that?
Coming out.
A lot of women are not able to go back to work because they don't have childcare. So I think it is wonderful and consistent with the administration to be bold, to view infrastructure as a comprehensive, holistic issue that needs to be dealt with in our country.
Yes, and you tapped on something, you touched on it. You talked about minority businesses getting a share of these jobs, the contracting. Deputy Secretary Graves, I want to talk to you about that. Justice 40. Let's break down, first of all, what Justice 40 is, because it taps into what the Congresswoman was talking about who gets these jobs and how they are dispersed, and who is contracted for these jobs. Can you talk about that, please, sir?
Sure. Thank you so much, April. And let me just say that I completely agree with everything that the Congresswoman said. This is about building back the type of economy that works for everybody, that is all inclusive, that makes sure that those communities that have been left behind, and we know that those communities are often Black and brown, that they have the opportunity to build back in a way that makes sure that they're ready for the future, that they're included in that economy that we expect to come in the near term. And to your point, we know that small businesses in those communities that are often underrepresented, that are often lacking the type of growth that we'd like to see, that we need to find ways to make sure that they're included in this Build Back Better, that we're creating opportunities for the federal government to use its power across all of the agencies to drive business opportunities to those businesses. We have a lot of procurement opportunities across all of our different departments. We also drive a lot of dollars to the states and localities. They spend a lot. We need to have alignment, and that's really what the program is all about, have alignment to ensure that all small businesses, that Black and brown small businesses, that small businesses in underserved communities all across the country have opportunities. They're given the technical assistance and support that they need, so that they know how to get those contracting opportunities, that they have the capital, the investments, whether that's credit or direct capital, to be able to grow. And that's really what we're trying to do with that part of the program. It's all part of building back better in a way that makes sure that everybody in all of our communities has the chance to succeed.
Mr. McDaniel, I want to drill down on this piece a little bit more about the contracting for these infrastructure jobs, whether it's bridges, whether it's affordable homes being built, whether it's broadband being put into those affordable homes to help these kids, like the Congresswoman was talking about, be able to go to school, even if it's hybrid learning, or to help foster people who are working from home, et cetera. But let's drill down on this a little bit more on this contract. And, in the past, when you say minority, it's a broader scope. You bring in women, and a lot of concern has been brought in the past about white women getting contracts, and not necessarily Black owned or brown owned or other owned businesses with those who are minorities of color or culture. Talk to me about that. What does the Urban League feel about this?
Well, it's a great question. We see this infrastructure bill as a great opportunity to help Black and brown and minority businesses get contracts essentially in 4 areas. You got construction, you got architecture, engineering, and professional services. And in North Carolina, there are 100 counties, and we have a disparity study. It's been done. And right now, if you take Black businesses, we only get 2% of those contracts around the state. And so we're working currently with the city to do some renewable job training and tech job training. And we work well with the county, the state's coming along, but we look forward to federal investment, because I heard a little earlier 2 things: technical assistance and access to capital. We also work very closely with the private sector now. We are seeing some partnerships where Black-owned businesses are getting some capital, but they need those contracts to open up from the federal government. And this broadening of infrastructure would do just that.
Each time I talk to each one of you, it goes into something else. And Congresswoman, I want to talk about access to capital. You knew I was coming with that, because I think about, when we first started shutting down and COVID hit, many of the congressional leaders were basically social workers trying to get your businesses in your communities to capital, the PPPs. And now, what does it look like as we are coming out? We're not out of it yet, but as we're coming out, is there access to capital? Because we heard a lot of minority businesses fell down and just could not get back up because they did not get that PPP, because of the relationship that they did not have with those big banks.
Yes, I think that is absolutely the case. And it's unfortunate, because how hard we tried. We went out of our way to make sure that it wasn't just banks, credit unions, other financial institutions, make sure that community and smaller banks, had access. and still it came out the same. It did get a little better, but definitely not what it should be. And just like Mr. McDaniel said, I mean, 2% of the contracts,
2%.
When California passed the anti-affirmative action ballot initiative years ago, we were only getting 1%. And so people that wanted to destroy affirmative action were mad because of 1%. And you also know that a lot of times the businesses weren't minority. They might be white women, but essentially it was a shell in terms of a woman just being a stand-in for a business that actually wasn't owned by her, or veterans. So a lot has been done to dilute the idea that it would actually be African-American or Latino. But April, I was also referring to the construction jobs themselves. And that one of the barriers that we face in our community is people who have arrest records. And so we have to make sure that we actually don't put barriers in to the infrastructure package, and to make sure that there is consideration for people who are formerly incarcerated. I'm happy to say that some of that is pretty bipartisan in terms of how we support people who have been incarcerated, reintegrate themselves successfully in communities. And so the contracts from soup to nuts, top to bottom, there should be access.
That's why it's so important to have this conversation, to talk about short-term and long-term fixes to this problem. And you're talking, Congresswoman, about ban the box, correct?
I am. That's right.
Yeah. Ban the box. We'd heard that for so long. And now we have the Second Step Act, but there still needs to be Second Chance Act. I'm sorry. There needs to be more. There needs to be more. So let's go in a little bit deeper as well. The short-term and long-term fixes of this plan, because you have the short-term moment, but then you still have to fix certain things, but then you still have the problems that are going to persist after you fix this. You still need to keep on going. We are an old country. I'm just going to put it out there. We are an old country. It doesn't mean we're not pretty, but we're old. We've got a lot of cracks. We're seeing bridges. Where was that bridge? We saw that big crack just recently, a couple of weeks ago. No matter where that was, there are a lot of bridges, a lot of infrastructure. The grids, the power grids are old. Look what happened in Texas when there was a cold snap. So I want to go to you, Mr. Graves. Talk to me about the short term and long term. What can we expect in the short term, and then for long term beyond these 4 years?
Well, it's a great question, April. And part of this is focusing on the needs that all of our communities have, like you said, roads and bridges, tunnels, our ports, our airports. It's finding ways to make sure that our infrastructure works in the short run, getting those jobs to grow our economy back, and shoring up the challenges that we have. But that's only part of it. It's also making sure that we're investing in the short run in training, so that we can get as many people the types of training that they need so that they can actually take these jobs. We know that there's also been historic disinvestment and underinvestment, as the Congresswoman mentioned, in our communities of color and in low-income communities across the country. So part of this is also investing in ways that will help to shore up those communities, raise home values, but do it in a way that allows equity to flow to the folks who live in the communities. So there's large investments in basically making your homes more efficient, which will save money, which will save on energy costs. It'll create real jobs for our communities, and it'll help people to stay in their homes and see the value of the equity in those homes. So we could talk more and more, but this is about making sure that every community has investments right now to shore up our infrastructure, create jobs, and get the economy going again, that will also lead to longer term economic growth and investment.
Yeah, April, could I chime in just a little bit here?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
I'm glad we were talking about the different types of infrastructure. But
Yes.
some of the intermediate and long-term effects will be with schools. Throughout our region, in the Charlotte area, throughout many states, we have schools with crumbling infrastructure. And so we've got local bonds that have been passed but we need federal investment to make these schools safe, to modernize them. Too many schools, especially in low income and Black and brown communities, lack things like smart boards and all of the, if you want to talk about the tech divide, you have to start with the schools. You have to properly educate them, and they need to be in buildings and infrastructure that are modernized. And that's another part of the broadening of infrastructure that I think we need to keep focus on. Our school systems, even our HBCUs, they need investment and they need plant that is modernized for the 21st century and beyond.
And, you know, let me also mention water. I mean, the Flint water crisis was because of pipes. And you know that it's not the only place.
That's right.
We need to have infrastructure underground, above ground. This is 2021 in the richest country in the history of the world. It is inexcusable for what goes on. And just think about the massive boom it would be to the economy, the labor market, if we did our infrastructure top to bottom.
Congresswoman, you're absolutely right. It's not just Flint with lead pipes.
Right.
Mr. McDaniel, we've heard in the Carolinas there are issues with lead pipes. We've heard that there are issues all across the country in places that you would not suspect that there are lead pipes. So again, we are a beautiful but yet old and aging country with an infrastructure that's crumbling. But with all the goodwill, Congresswoman, with all the wonderful bold moves in this plan, that's somewhat progressive, if you will. I mean, even AOC likes it. AOC likes it. There's resistance. There's resistance. Why is there resistance? And what do you think is going to be compromised on? Because that's what we're talking about all throughout Washington now. How do we get along? How do we just get along? How do we compromise on things that are needed? So why is there resistance? And what do you think ultimately will be the plan that makes it out of both chambers?
Well, here's the good news. The fact that the Republicans are coming forward with alternatives, they definitely fall short. There's no question about that. But I think that the fundamental difference is ideological. It's a question as to how you view what is the role of government. And my Republican colleagues, as everybody knows, has no problem spending money. They have no problem spending money when it comes to defense. They have no problem spending money when it comes to tax breaks. So if you look at the tax breaks that were given a few years ago, if instead we had given money to the top half of 1% and actually decided to invest in the majority of our country, we could have paid for infrastructure with what we lost in the tax breaks. So it's ideological, and at the center of the ideological differences is fundamentally what is the role of government? Is the role of government to take care of all of the people, or is the role of government the tool of a very small minority? And if we're going to have infrastructure, then we should make the poorest in the country pay for it. That's the expression of the ideological difference. And that's with toll bridges and other fees and other things that my Republican colleagues would choose to pay for a much smaller infrastructure package and have no interest in the human side of infrastructure.
I want to talk about this infrastructure plan in commerce. What if indeed President Biden and his plan didn't exist? Let's go to the far extreme of this. And we're in COVID, we're in colliding crises, and the economy is tumbling, and we're trying to stave off depression. What happens if we didn't have anything like this, Mr. Graves? What happens?
Well, April, I'm concerned that if we don't get this passed, that despite the fact that we have this great American relief and recovery package that the Congresswoman helped to shepherd just a little while ago, that if we don't have the American Jobs Plan, if we don't have the American Families Plan, you're going to have kids, as was pointed out, kids who aren't able to get their education because they don't have high-speed internet access. The pandemic could conceivably continue or get worse, or we could face some other type of catastrophe. And that means that the kids aren't learning to keep up with the rest of the globe. We know that the Chinese, we know that a range of other countries are spending trillions and trillions of dollars to invest in their infrastructure. So we need to make sure that we're investing there. We know that they're doing the same thing with manufacturing, advanced manufacturing. They're supporting their businesses. We're not doing the same thing. And if we don't, it means that our manufacturers aren't going to succeed, that we're not creating the types of jobs that are family sustaining. It means that we're not keeping our infrastructure right now, our hard infrastructure, our roads and bridges and tunnels. We're 13th in the globe right now. The Society of Engineers says that we get a D- on the upkeep and investment in our roads, bridges, and tunnels.
Wait a minute, said it again, a D-, right?
A D-. We are the greatest country in the world, and we're getting a D-, and we're 13th in the world in infrastructure.
Wait a minute, that means you failed to me, because you can't bring home any less than a B in my house. A D-, you don't
exactly
come to the door.
Exactly. And I think about the small business owners who need the high-speed internet. They have employees who don't have care, so they can't get to work. I think about the transportation needs. You can't catch the buses, you can't catch the trains, you can't get to your place of employment. Those not only have ramifications for the employees and our families, but they have ramifications for the corporate sector, for our small businesses. So the corporate world cares about this just as much as the progressive Democrats care about this. We need these types of investments for our country to succeed in the long run.
So you're talking about the corporate world cares about this, but Mr. McDaniel and Mr. Grace, I want to ask you both, who's buying in? I want to drill down on who's buying in. You're talking about the corporate world. I want to find out if there are Black companies buying in, if brown companies are buying in. Let's get into the weeds of this. Who's buying in?
Yeah, I would say that Black and brown companies are buying in that they're raising their hand. They want to be on these projects. They're investing in themselves with technical assistance and taking classes and getting ready. Once we got past or getting through the PPP crisis to get them funding so they can keep their doors open, the question is, how do they scale? In Charlotte, we have a lot of good companies, but they get small contracts or they're joint ventures. We want them to be prime companies. And the only way to do that is to open up more contracts, to focus in those areas where you see obvious disparities and get them the capital so that they can grow over time.
Well, and if I could just build on that, I completely agree. And the jobs plan makes specific investments in things, as Mr. McDaniel has already said, in our minority serving institutions, our HBCUs, billions of dollars, $10 billion of the plan goes directly to support of research and development at HBCUs and MSIs. Why is that important for Black and brown owned businesses? Because the folks that are coming out of those schools are creating the businesses in our communities, and they're employing the folks, and those businesses are employing folks who are coming from those schools. So we're creating the mechanism to ensure that Black and brown communities have the technological advantage, they have the educational advantage, they have the capital advantage, so they can succeed and compete against the rest of the world. And that's where we need to be.
Howard University got money from the Department of Energy recently for research and innovation. And Congresswoman, I cannot leave you out of this about the buy-in.
Well, let me just say, give you an example of some structural things that need to change. In the area of transportation, if you are a DBE, a disadvantaged business, a minority business, euphemism, you can only make so much, and then you're kicked out of the program. So in other words, there's a ceiling on your growth. Instead of the program being able to help you continue to grow, there's a ceiling on it. And when you hit that ceiling, it could actually put you out of business because you can't continue to get the contract. So while we're doing this, and again, this is, I think, the brilliance of the Biden administration, beginning by talking about racial equity, and that we are going to look at racial equity in everything we do, So as we move forward with infrastructure, after it's passed and actually on the way to it being passed, we need to look for those structural roadblocks that we didn't necessarily think of because we didn't have an administration that up front said, we want to see if there's roadblocks and move them out of the way. You don't want to say we're going to help minority organizations, minority businesses, only if they're really small. And then afterwards, we're going to not help them grow so that they go out of business.
Wow. This is very bold. It's very bold. I mean, it's not just what we've heard from before. It is beyond. It takes it to the next level. And the hope, the way I understand the government, is you keep building upon each block. I guess we've lost so much ground. We had to jump way ahead so we could start building at the top and keep building at the top. So this is very bold. Now, I want to get into something even bolder. Congressman James Clyburn has been talking about IT, broadband, particularly for rural America. That's part of this thing too. And that's a space that Black people aren't in, as far as in the space creating, not like our other counterparts, but that community is coming in to work with communities in rural areas that don't have service for internet. And we saw that COVID really was a destroyer when it came to learning. We saw that COVID was a destroyer as far as people being able to feel comfortable to go to work. That we had to use things like this technology. So talk to me, let's talk about this. IT in this whole infrastructure package. It's not just about luxury. There are communities that still are not able to touch the internet systems that we have so that they can become economically viable. Let's talk about that. Congresswoman, talk to me about that, because your colleague, the House Majority Whip, James Clyburn, is a big champion of this.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we need to look at this like electricity. Could you imagine in plumbing? Could you imagine places in America where you don't have electricity, where you don't have plumbing? We need to view broadband in the same way. It is a shame that in some of the rural areas, young people had to go park their cars or their parents' cars near a library so they could access broadband. But I do have to say, this is not just a rural community issue. I mean, part-time, you know, I live in Washington, D.C., and where I live in the condominium, I noticed a lot of young people hanging around outside the building, and they lived nearby. And what I realized is that they were accessing our Wi-Fi. Why? Because you might have it everywhere in DC. That doesn't mean you can't afford it. So this is something that we need to begin to look at as a—
Wait a minute. In Washington, D.C., an urban center.
D.C., April, yes.
Yeah, it's the same in cities around the country. I would say that for Charlotte too, in so many low-income areas. And we saw this with the pandemic clearly, because we had so many young people who, even if we gave them devices, if you can't access the internet and you don't have strong Wi-Fi, then you're really not going to move forward. And so the broadband piece to this is critical. It's critical, and I'm glad we're talking about the rural and urban dynamic, because the truth is we have a lot of the same issues. We should not be separate on this. We should be talking about this in unison. And our hope is that we get 100% of our low-income communities connected through high-speed broadband.
But wait a minute, and let's be clear about this. If I'm correct, the vast majority of Black America is in the southeastern part of this nation, right? So, and southeastern part of this nation is what? Mostly rural, right? Hello? Anybody?
Well, for the urban centers, yes.
Yeah, okay, there you go. And yes, this is an important conversation.
I think it's absolutely critical. Whether you're dealing with tech jobs, whether you're dealing with schools, whether you're dealing with electric cars, that's the new thing, and building all of these battery cells, you've got to be connected. We mentioned the electricity grid. All of that matters in our urban and rural areas. And so again, the goal is 100% of high-speed broadband at an affordable cost, so that we don't have young folks like Representative Bass mentioned, actually looking for a signal when they're within a few blocks of someone else's building.
In Washington, D.C., that's.
And April, if I can just jump in, this is why the American Jobs Plan is so important. $100 billion commitment as part of that plan for high-speed broadband access to 100% of the country. This is actually something that's important to me as the Deputy Secretary because it's directly in Commerce's purview. We have the NTIA, National Telecommunications and Information Agency Administration, that does this specifically, that focuses on making sure that every community has access to high-speed broadband. As you heard, it's not just educational issues. This is small businesses. This is people's access to healthcare. That's how they get it these days. If you can't go to the doctor because you don't have a car, your transportation system's not working, or we're in a pandemic, the only way to get access to your healthcare is to do it through high-speed broadband. If you don't have high-speed broadband, you're not going to get healthcare.
And I would be remiss in the time that we have remaining if I didn't bring up transportation again as it relates to infrastructure. I'm going to take it to a whole nother realm because this is so bold. I did an interview with Pete Buttigieg for the Rio, and he said he was surprised, that people were surprised that the United States infrastructure was basically built on racism. And you have communities who are separated from one another. These roadways were built before the Civil Rights Act, many of them, for the Voting Rights Act. This is when we were segregated, not integrated, and people were so surprised. And it's so bold that they want to change many of the roadways and the systems to integrate. That's jobs, creating jobs to reconfigure. But also, now this is another piece that's bold, and I want you guys to chime in. 12% of Black and Brown America, from the studies that I've written about with the Rio, are electric vehicle owners. But this president is taking it to the next level by not only building power stations in different spaces, but he's putting many of them in urban centers and rural centers. Now that is something. Talk to me about that.
Well, April, let me just mention that coming from California, where we've been using electric vehicles and having stations and batteries stations in many, many places in our big cities, the entire city structure just uses electric vehicles. So I think it's an example of how it's sad that climate change has become so ideological, but it produces so many new industries and so many new jobs. And we need to look at that from that vantage point. I think it's just another example too of what you were talking about, the racism involved in highway construction. There's so many ways that society has gone about passing laws, not necessarily intending it to have racial implications, but when it does, we need to acknowledge it, own it, and change it. So that having a discussion on race does not always have to be so charged and emotional.
And April, I agree with the Congresswoman. You look at our history, you look at what happened, just take Detroit, for example. Detroit, where the car was born and grew. You look at the minority parts of the city historically, an area called the Black Bottom, which was where a lot of the small businesses that were owned by African Americans were located. Not only did we make it difficult for those small business owners to succeed, we paved over their community, split the community in two with the highways. Right. So you're destroying the economy, and you're splitting up communities and families, and you're putting the pollution of the autos driving through your community right into that community. So the bold plan, as you suggest, is to recognize that we've done that to our communities, make it easier for people to own cars. This is important. We know that there are certain cars that everyone who has millions of dollars wants to buy. They want the latest electric vehicle with all the shiniest stuff. What the president is trying to do is to create the types of incentives so that we're creating more affordable, accessible electric vehicles, so that we're reducing pollution in our communities. We're investing in our transportation in ways that make sure that we're not sending all of these cars through Black and brown communities. And we're creating the jobs that will, for the production of these vehicles, that will include Black and brown communities, and making those cars affordable so that everyone can buy them, not just the ultra rich.
Can I mention just one other thing?
Yes, Congresswoman.
In Los Angeles, and I'm sure this is true in many other areas, the leading cause of death for Black babies was asthma. Why? Related to the freeways. You could track it. It's been mapped.
The carcinogens that are killing the ozone, killing the air.
Economic and health impacts.
Wow, that part. And these electric vehicles are clean energy, and that's why they're being promoted so much so. Clean energy in 2021. This has been such a wonderful conversation, robust conversation. Sometimes you wonder, you say, oh gosh, we're going to talk about money, it's boring. But no, this gives hope. This gives hope, and it gives hope at a time we're wondering what's next. So I am so pleased to have been with you all. And this was such a wonderful conversation. And I want to thank W. Teddy McDaniel III, the president and CEO of the Urban League of Central Carolinas. I want to thank Don Graves, the Deputy Secretary, U.S. Department of Commerce. And I want to thank one of the busiest women in Washington right now. She's negotiating on everything, but we're going to save that for later. U.S. Congresswoman Karen Bass. Congresswoman, thank you for all you do. Go on, you're now free to negotiate. Keep on negotiating. We're waiting for more news. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's an honor to be with you all.
Correct.
Well, we're done. Thank you to the National Urban League for inviting me to be part of this very important conversation and a robust panel discussion. It's always wonderful to be with you. And once again, thank you for sharing, and thank you for listening and watching. My name is April Ryan, White House correspondent and Washington Bureau Chief for the GRIO. Talk to you later. Bye.
again, everyone. My name is Joy Chaney, and I'm Executive Director of the National Urban League's Washington Bureau. And I want to welcome you to With Liberty and Justice for All, a conversation with the civil rights leaders of our new era. We have a packed program planned, including some important guest speakers and a blockbuster panel that promises an exciting look at the modern movement for social justice. We're at a critical moment, to be sure, and there's a lot to unpack. But before we get to the conversation, we want to thank our sponsor, Walmart, who has a special message for us.
Over the years, we've come to know the National Urban League as a great friend and a valued partner. And in our efforts to support racial equity, Walmart doubled down on these efforts after the murder of George Floyd last year. We've created our Center for Racial Equity to manage a $100 million contribution to do additional philanthropic work in the areas of education, healthcare, finance, and criminal justice. Thank you for being part of this legislative public policy conference. As we together fight against systemic racism, it is clear today more than ever that we are all in this together.
Thank you, Walmart. This session is dedicated to liberty and justice for all, and that begins and ends with the power of the vote. I want to remind everyone of our phone to action alert, your opportunity to make your voice heard to defend the integrity of our democratic process. If you haven't already, please send a text, protect our vote, one word, to 52886. Again, text protect our vote, all in one word, to 52886. Join us in demanding that Congress pass two important pieces of legislation, the For the People Act of 2021 and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Both bills contain a key provision to protect every American's free and fair access to the ballot. This seems like a perfect transition to our opening speaker, a key voice for voting access and civil rights in Congress. Please welcome the U.S. Senator from New Jersey, Cory Booker.
Hello, everybody. I am so glad to be able to join you today, and I want to thank everyone at the National Urban League for inviting me to join you, not just today, but inviting me to be here to celebrate you for your work and your commitment to building the kinds of coalitions that are necessary for lasting change. Throughout my life and throughout the life of my parents and grandparents, the Urban League and its affiliates have been a powerful force for advancement and opportunity for my family. I consider myself an Urban League kid. My mother volunteered with the Urban League in the summer of 1963, helping with planning of the March on Washington. And it was the Urban League in Washington, D.C. that broke down doors for my dad at a time when corporate America was not really hiring Black folks, and helped my dad get one of his first jobs. By the time I was born, my dad had moved his family from poverty to the middle class within the span of a single generation. I owe a debt to so many groups, but in particular to the Urban League, movements like this one. Now, I can't pay it back, but I was taught by my elders that my generation had to pay it forward. And that is what we are being called to do in this moment. All of us stand on the backs of giants in this organization and others. We are at a collective moment in our nation where we must summon a greater moral imagination like our ancestors to address the challenges of now, of this past year that we saw exacerbated and exposed by a pandemic. This pandemic laid bare just how truly interconnected all of us are and all of the challenges we face, from disparities in healthcare and outcomes to housing security, to the growing racial wealth gap. All of these things are connected. And right now, we are being called not just to acknowledge these challenges, not just to try and return our country to where it was a month before the pandemic hit, but to address the long-standing systemic inequalities built into our country and to craft proactive bold, visionary, and inclusive policies that will affect today and generations yet unborn. This is work so many of you are already doing, and as a part of the American Rescue Plan signed into law by President Biden, expansions to the child tax credit and the earned income tax credit are going to cut child poverty in half and put money in the pockets of 17 million workers across the country. We are making progress, and now I'm grateful that Senators Brown, Senator Warnock, and I are pushing to make these expansions permanent. But we have so much more work to do, from securing voting rights against outrageous assaults, because the disturbing reality is that federal voter protection laws in America were stronger when I was born in 1969 than they are now in 2021. We have work to do, including environmental justice, because the single biggest factor that will determine whether someone lives near a toxic waste site in America is the color of their skin. We have work to do in criminal justice reforms, like comprehensive change to our broken system of policing that call for all of us to create more accountability, to addressing the things that too often go ignored, like the nutrition crisis. I'll say it again, the nutrition crisis our country is facing. Right now, we are pouring massive federal subsidies into a food system that is literally making us sick. We have a nutrition crisis in America that has created the reality where diabetes and heart disease and childhood obesity plague our nation at rates not seen in previous generations, disproportionately harming and killing people of color. It's long past time to rethink the way we approach food and nutrition, and we should see it as a civil rights issue. And that's the work I'm doing now on the Senate Agricultural Committee, where we know we have to work to build a coalition around issues in our country where justice and opportunity are real for everyone. We have work to do, and we must build and nurture the kind of coalitions that the Urban League has been at the center of for generations. It's the words of Gwendolyn Brooks. She said, we are each other's harvest. We are each other's magnitude and bond. I thank you all for doing the work by showing up here today and showing up always, for your commitment, for being light workers in dark times. I want to thank you for continuing the tradition that helped my family go from poverty to prosperity, and for being one of those organizations that is lighting the way for better tomorrows for all American families. Thank you, and God bless you.
And now it's time for our roundtable discussion with some of the most influential social justice leaders doing the work in today's challenging environment. I'm going to turn things over to our most capable moderator, my colleague, Cedric Richmond. She is the National Urban League Senior Vice President for Equitable Justice and Strategic Initiatives. Take it away, Cedric.
I'm very proud to serve as the moderator for today's talk, which promises to be an exciting look at the modern movement for social justice. We're at a critical moment, to be sure, and there's a lot to unpack. Now it's time for our conversation, which could not be any more timely or meaningful. Literally everything is at stake in this 2021 legislative session, and we are witnessing the boldest attack on voter access since Reconstruction. At the same time, we've seen the emergence of a new spirit of social activism to counter the threats to civil rights. Steeped in our history, but unafraid to upend convention, this community of advocates is diverse and inspiring. Working in government and in the community, these new civil rights leaders have proven themselves effective at everything from demanding accountability from officials to energizing voter turnout, and most importantly, making the difference in critical races. So to examine this modern movement, we've invited a dynamic panel of speakers, starting with Alfonso David, president of the Human Rights Campaign, Latasha Brown, co-founder of Black Voters Matter, and of course, NUL's very own Ray B. Shackelford, President of the National Urban League Young Professionals. Welcome to all of our panelists, and thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Looking forward to the conversation, Jerica.
Thank you. Well, for me, when we talk about the civil rights era, iconic images of the Edmund Pettus Bridge and the March in Washington and the signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1965 come to mind. But for this question is for all of our panelists. When you think of this new era of civil rights, when we think of the struggle that we've seen in 2021, how would you define this era? Why don't we go to Mr. David first?
Well, thank you. And again, thank you for having me. As I think about defining civil rights through the lens of 2020, I think about equality, I think about equity, I think about intersectionality, and I think about cross-movement collaboration. You know, for me, civil rights ultimately means liberation for marginalized groups. And if we're going to get there, because I don't believe that any marginalized community has actually achieved liberation, not Black people, not brown people, not LGBTQ people, not women, and the list goes on. So if we're going to get there to that place that we all dreaming of, where we call it liberation, we have to make sure that all of us, not just some of us, are under the tent. And for 2021, for me, the idea of making sure that we're including every single person as we talk about equality and civil rights is important. Because if we don't, I believe that the philosophy of exclusion actually further subjugates us as marginalized communities. So as we work to define this current movement and the current moment, I think we have to continue to be inclusive.
Thank you, Mr. David. Ms. Brown, can we go to you? How would you define this new era of civil rights?
Well, the first thing I did right was the day I started to fight. Keep your eyes on the prize and hold on, hold on. You know, I think it's really important for us as we're talking about a new era. We have to understand that we're on a continuum, that we're in protracted struggle, that we aren't the first. This isn't new. You know, the things that we're dealing with right now, I think it's really important for us to think that civil rights is a means to an end, not an end in itself. You know, it was never about just getting a law on the books. It was actually literally, our fight wasn't even really just about, oh, let's just get the right to vote. It was really around us asserting our humanity and literally affirming who we are and affirming our rights to have agency over what governs us and who governs us. And so I think it's important for us to recognize in this moment that we're in, when we're talking about civil rights, that we reframe this as that is a foundation of civil rights as a human rights framework. That what we're talking about is we're talking about a means to an end, not just an end in itself. That to the extent that the laws literally create the foundation for our humanity to be recognized, that is the value of the law. Any law that does not do that, I don't care what you call it, it is not a valid law. And we have to really be able to move and transcend beyond recognizing that there's an expansion of thought, that we're building on a momentum, that this is a continuation of the fight that our people started, that our people actually have been engaged in ever since we got on these shores, but that there is a real opportunity for us to elevate the conversation, that we're not going to have this. I'm from Selma, Alabama. I am not having another conversation about whether Black folks got the right to vote. That is not, we're done with that. We've done that, right? This is time for us to really have a different kind of conversation about what is it going to take, what rights are needed, what policy needs to be in place, what kind of government should be in place that facilitates that my humanity is recognized and valued and respected. And so we have to start with that framework. And so that we fundamentally are saying that our lives and our humanity is more important, not just necessarily that the law in itself gives us all that we need, because we've seen how that's worked so far.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. What's it going to take? I think that's the question that's been on many folks' mind. And I think it's one of the kind of rallying calls that we've heard from advocates, but even more so some of our younger emerging leaders in 2021. Ray, can you define for us this new era of civil rights movement and maybe speak to what's motivated some of these emerging leaders that we've seen on the ground?
Absolutely, Jerica. You know, when you mentioned the Edmund Pettus Bridge, I started to think of different images. And so you think of, at least for me here in Houston, we had the huge protest after George Floyd was killed, had more than 60,000 people. And, you know, as a native Houstonian, we've never had an activation like that. And I currently even live now just blocks away from where George Floyd grew up. And so it was just a lot of energy around that. I think we all can acknowledge that when he was murdered on camera, it became a global affair. And so I think for me, how we define this new era of civil rights, it will be two things. It'll be one, recovery from the standpoint of obviously how COVID has ravaged our communities and the different things that we have known to be ills in our communities, which is spotlighted even further. So how do we recover from those things? People don't have jobs. People, these moratoriums are being lifted, will be losing their homes, potentially being evicted. So how do we recover in our communities as it relates to that? But also, what is the substantive progress post George Floyd? We had a lot of statements and a lot of companies make commitments. And so ultimately, you know, how much are we actually moving the needle when it comes to these boards and corporations, or making sure that there are Black people represented in leadership and not just as employees, as workers, especially, you know, Black women. When we talk about that total spectrum and even intersectionality, there's so much that it encompasses, and there's so much more work to do in all different spaces that we fight in when you talk about the Urban League movement, whether it be healthcare, economics, education. And so how much do we substantively move the needle in those areas post George Floyd?
Well,
Jerica, I
go
do
ahead,
want to
Natasha.
build on something that Ray said. He's absolutely right. And I think it's really, we have to really understand this moment that, you know, what he raised around what happened in George Floyd, that happened all over the country. The largest uprising in the history of America happened. And so anytime that you have anytime you have a movement that is at that scale, that goes internationally, we have to see it as an opportunity to elevate, to actually literally transform and take advantage of what that access point is. And so as you were saying around what I think we need to do, I really think it's like literally 3 buckets. The first bucket is we have to respond to what we're dealing with right now, to reduce the harm, to really address those things that Ray talked about around the economic disparities, around what happened in COVID-19 in our communities. So we have to respond to the now. The second thing is we have to realign. We have to realign what our values are. We have to get outside of thinking that in some way that they're literally, that we're subjected, that our liberation is going to be contingent upon white folks' acceptance. That ultimately what we have to really believe is that we have the right to assert ourselves and literally be able to be creative around what kind of institutions are going to best serve us, which leads to the third and the final bucket I raise, which is really around reimagining. And so we have to radically reimagine every single system in this country. We can't just continue to respond. It's almost like, you know, if you had a Yugo, and folks probably had never even heard of a Yugo. There was a car called a Yugo that was $39.99. I don't know if anybody remembers that. Maybe it was $34.99. Like nobody saw it anymore. It was a car that they were selling years ago when I was a child. And that car doesn't even exist. Nobody's ever heard of that car. The bottom line is that car had served it no longer served a purpose, right? And so it is no longer exists. There's some systems that we have that no longer serve a purpose. And so we have to radically reimagine what to replace them with. And so I'm just hoping that just what my brother Ray said, that we recognize that this is a particular kind of opportunity. This isn't, people may not talk about 2016 or 1984, but folks gonna be talking about 2020 and 2021 in years and years to come, which means this is a turning point moment for us, and we have to seize the moment. We have to seize the day.
And Jerica, I apologize, I didn't answer the second part of your question in terms of what motivates young leaders. I think part of it is just being fed up with having protests and marches. You know, how many Trayvon Martins, how many Michael Browns, how many Breonna Taylors? You know, the list goes on and on and on. I know even just yourself, President Morial was just up there, not only for the outcome as relates to the George Floyd verdict, but also Dante Wright. You know, there's been so many of our brothers and sisters that have gotten killed. And, you know, quite frankly, we're just fed up. We want to see these things change in a meaningful and substantive way. You know, it's very unfortunate that I find myself fighting some of the same battles that my father had to fight. And he's about to be 68 years old. And, you know, here I am, I'll be 35. But, you know, these generational curses that we're trying to lift, so to speak, I think that is one of the core motivating factors, as well as just, you know, really wanting equity and the ability to experience and live life outside of having to constantly fight racism and everything that comes with it. It is truly, truly draining. And so I know that is one of the motivating factors, one of the many motivating factors when you're talking about young people.
Thank you, Ray, and thank you, Latasha. I think you all dropped a lot of gems there that I look forward to unpacking in this conversation. But to touch on the issue of police violence and really the unrest we saw, as well as the awakening we saw after the tragic death of George Floyd, and then we've seen the conviction of Officer Derek Chauvin. Alfonso, can you speak to what some of the takeaways are? What are the lessons that we have learned in 2021 as it relates to this movement around social justice and really highlighting the issue of police violence, which I think in many ways is reflective of our new modern day civil rights movement?
Well, for me, is this revolution will be televised. You know, we've seen for decades and decades and decades that people of color, and specifically Black people in this country, have been marginalized and demonized. But in some cases, the powers that be were able to tell others that we didn't see what we actually saw. They were able to deny the reality that we were experiencing. And I think with the shift and the changes that we're seeing now with social media, with how we digest information, with where we get our information from, the diverse array of platforms that people are using in order to inform themselves, it's much, much more difficult for the powers that be to deny the sad reality that people of color live with in this country. So as I look back over the past year and a half of legitimate racial unrest and protest, seeking equality, seeking equity, the folks that were denying that this was happening were no longer able to do that. Now, we can't forget about the fact that we had others that came before this past year. We had Rodney King. We saw that video as well. Why is that different from today? That's different from today because we were living through a global pandemic, I believe, and people were not able to look away. They were not able to look away at the brutal racism and just lack of humanity that we saw coming through our television screens. And people were not able to deny what we have been saying for decades, that there is structural systemic racism that is so ingrained into our institutions. And to what one of the other panelists said before, you know, the young people are at this point saying we've had enough. We cannot afford to constantly protest and not see action. And that's what they're seeing. We've all been taught about the Constitution. We've all been taught about the Bill of Rights. We knew that the reality, what we saw on paper versus what we lived, was very different. And we have been fighting that system for years, for decades. And now I think is a new time, is a new age where people are actually pushing for real change, and real change now, not in a year, not in 6 years, but real change now. And for me, that is my most significant takeaway from this past year.
Thank you for that. Latasha, I think we can't have a conversation focused on liberty and justice for all without talking about the elephant in the room. January 6th, the insurrection. From your perspective, what does that say about the state of American democracy?
You know, part of what we're going to have to be honest about in this country is that oftentimes we're ahistorical. and we act big. When new generations experience a new thing, they believe that it's the first time it's happened. And it is not. You know, I'm raising that because what happened on January 6th is what our community has always dealt with. The anniversary of the Tulsa massacre has happened. And fundamentally, was that not in the same spirit of the insurrection? You know, when right after Reconstruction, when 300 Black folks were elected in Mississippi and a white mob of Democrats went through the state and killed 70 in a matter of 2 days, was that not the same spirit of the insurrection? I'm raising this because I think it's really important for us to recognize that this response, this violent response, has been a part of the fiber of America. Whenever there has been Black progress, there's always been a white backlash. Oftentimes it's been met with some level of violence. I would even offer that what we're seeing happening police department or with the police and the state sanctioned violence all across the country. It's the same spirit, it's the same energy of what we saw on January 6th. What made January 6th appalling is because we literally had created this value to this building, that is supposed to be the seat of power. And so that was attacked. Yet we're seeing Black bodies be attacked every day as if they're not sacred, as if that space is not a sacred space. And so I say that because I think we have to really recognize that all of this comes from the larger frame, that when we're talking about the big lie, for me, the big lie is not just based on what Trump said around he won the election. The big lie is literally what we're really dealing with. And that is a race of people are actually more superior than everybody else. That's the big lie, right? And we're continuing to respond to that big lie and every other lie that has created hurt and harm out of this context, and this government has actually generated from that lie. I'm raising that because I think it's important for us to look at what happened at January 6th as a reflective moment of what will happen if we're not literally organizing our communities to literally be able to protect ourselves, if we're not literally holding folks accountable, getting in positions of power, that things like that folks are held accountable, that you have governments. I can't even imagine what would happen if there was another administration that was in office that actually I could see literally if after January 6th, we may be having a whole different conversation right now. My point is that we literally have to have a broader conversation, also recognizing that this isn't the first time, part of my concern around, and it's a pet peeve of mine, Jerica, around this comparative analysis around movements, that oftentimes generations, each generation absolutely is supposed to add. And I think we do, we add a different kind of element of it, right? But there's also this false equivalency that we're operating in the same circumstances. It's also this false thinking around, I've seen these t-shirts that says, this ain't your grandmother's movement. No, it's not my grandmother's movement because I have far more tools and resources, right? And safety than many of the folks who were doing this work 100 years ago, literally were facing their life in a different kind of way. And so it's really disrespectful when we frame it in this context that in some way we're smarter, we're better equipped. The bottom line is we're in a continuation of a protracted struggle, that we've been given gifts of privilege, of resources, of organizations, that literally the question is, I'll go back to it, how are we going to respond in the moment? How are we going to realign ourselves with an agenda that is actually going to advance our community, that is based on the third thing, our vision for this country? Nobody asked us what government structure we wanted. Nobody asked us how we were going to share power. I think it's an opportunity for us to assert ourselves, because I also think we need to recognize the distinction right now. The distinction is we're on the dawn of a new whole realignment in this country. Democracy was one thing when white folks were the majority. We're on the eve of where people of color, quote, communities of color, are now going to be, in less than 25 years, are going to be the majority in this country, right? Democracy might not sound good to some folks in that kind of context. And so I think that it's really important for us to really keep our eyes on the prize, to be focused on what it is that we need to actually build the kind of nation that we envision. And that how do we take this moment and the civil rights context, because I always say this, whatever you doing now, you would have been doing that, like you would have been doing that 60 years ago. So all of the folks that talk about what they would have been doing 200 years ago on the plantation, whatever you're doing now, that's what you would have been doing there. If you just focus on survival now, you would have been just focused on survival then, right? And so if you are actually moving the needle for our liberation now, you would have been moving the needle for our liberation then. So I think it's important for us to really recognize that we're in a continuum. And I think it's really important for us to recognize the significance of this moment. But I also think it's important for us to recognize that we have to be visionaries, and we have to think of ourselves as futurists, that we have to really think about what are the systems that would lend itself to the kind of world that we desire. And I think that's a different conversation. As long as our conversation is just trapped in this context of how do we respond to racism, guess who's going to be centered? Right? White folks gonna constantly be centered. Me personally, I think that we have to literally transform kind of the conversation and say, yes, we actually have to deal with and respond to structural racism. But guess what? I can reimagine a world without racism. I can imagine this nation without racism and systems. What would those systems look like, and what would it take for us to literally push policy, to put resources, and start building institutions that will actually be more reflective of that vision?
Well, I agree that the movement definitely continues. And I think you elevated a lot of really important points. I think one of the things that I felt synergy in what you were talking about, where we are now, is we started this conversation talking about George Floyd, police violence and unrest, but there is, I think, a direct connection and correlation of what we were seeing when it comes to voting and to what's happening at the polls. Ray, can you speak to this movement and the energy in taking our protest and turning it into power at the polls, and really just kind of illuminating what we are seeing happening right now in terms of voter suppression and these repressive voting bills that are popping up? It seems to be in direct correlation to the gains that we just made and to the record turnout that we saw in this past election cycle.
No, that's 100% right. Much of the work that, our organization, Latasha's organization, and many others did in the last cycle to make sure that we had record turnout all over the country this last cycle, not just for voting, but also for the census. It's definitely a direct response to that. You're seeing, I think, last reported from the Brennan Center of Justice, more than 341 types of restrictive or voter suppression-like bills that were being presented across the country in at least 47 out of the 50 states. And here in my home state of Texas, unfortunately, we were leading the way with 49. And many of these things are meant to target communities of color. You have bills that will remove resources, at least here in the state of Texas, from the urban cores to the suburban areas. Who do you think that's going to impact? Many of the things that we put in place in terms of drive-through voting, 24-hour voting, things that were historic in nature and allow people not only to vote in record numbers, but do so safely in the midst of COVID. They are now, again, targeting many of those mechanisms to take them away because they do fear what Latasha mentioned. There are studies that show what the city of Houston looks like right now, which is the most diverse city in the country, is what the United States will look like in 25 to 30 years. And so you have definitely a lot of fear that is, stoking these bills. And I think the critical thing for us is, in years past, when we've had these election cycles, we all get excited, we turn out in record numbers, and then we don't show up again. And I'm encouraged because so far, here in 2021, what I have seen is more people showing up to city council meetings, more people showing up to commissioner's court, more people looking to hold elected officials accountable, but also those that are in the C-suites to make sure that they are doing what they said they would do, going above and beyond to hold their commitments true to the most disadvantaged and those people that need it the most.
Thank you for that, Ray. I definitely want to turn the same question over to you, Alfonso and Latasha, because I know you work in this space day in and day out. How do we fight back? How do we win in the midst of all these repressive voting bills that are popping up on the state and local level? How do we push the needle there and on the national level to really protect the gains that we've experienced?
Well, I think we have to, just like most of the issues we're dealing with today on the civil rights front, is make sure that we are addressing the misinformation and disinformation campaigns that we see. You have these elected officials who understand that every court in this country said there is no voter fraud with respect to the 2020 elections. So they understand that there is a shifting electorate. They understand the minority majority districts is real and has become even more real as we go year after year. They understand that the numbers of voters that classify themselves as pro-equality continue to increase every single year. They understand that the number of voters that align themselves with anti-equality forces decrease every single year. So what's the strategy from their perspective? Their strategy is to restrict the right to vote. And we know that that is an anathema to our actual democracy. In terms of our strategies and what we need to do, we need to make sure that we're addressing the misinformation and disinformation that we see about the right to vote. They're not trying to make the right to vote secure. They're trying to create obstacles for people of color, for LGBTQ people to exercise their right to vote. So addressing misinformation is very important. Second, I think we need to work in collaboration to make sure that we are addressing what we see as a systemic effort to oppress LGBTQ, people of color, from the ballot boxes. The Human Rights Campaign partnered, as an example, with Stacey Abrams and her organization Fair Fight in 2020 to combat voter suppression efforts and make sure that we were addressing those issues. We worked in several priority battleground states. We also conducted a national survey on voter protection, and we worked with states to ease voter access for transgender and gender nonconforming voters. And this is one of the most important points I want to make here, is sometimes as we think about fighting for equality or fighting for civil rights, we tend to operate within a very myopic lens. But we don't sometimes realize that when they come for me today, they're going to come for you tomorrow. And so when we're fighting to make sure that transgender people can vote, some of the same arguments that we see that are used against them are used against people of color, are used against, new immigrants to this country who are nationalized and can actually vote. So we need to make sure that when we hear these arguments that are trying to restrict certain communities from voting, those same arguments are used against other populations, which is why coalition building is so important.
Yeah, I just want to say, Alfonso, ditto, ditto, ditto. It's an excellent point. I think we do have to really recognize that democracy says that all people are able to vote, that literally that we all have agency, and we should actually be able to use that agency on determining what governs us and under what circumstances we're governed under. So when I think about what we have to do right now, I think in terms of threes. I don't know. That's just how I am. But I think what we have to do, we have to take the fight. I think it's a fight that we have to take to and educate our community. We have to literally be able to go and take this fight to the courts. And I think we have to actually impact those coffers. And what do I mean by that? And the community, I think just what Alfonso said, I think it takes a tremendous amount of, we need to do voter, not only just misinformation, but voter education. Oftentimes there are folks saying that people just don't want to vote because they believe in a system. Well, I understand. Like, if I'm telling people to believe in a system that I know has been racist towards me and has mistreated me and is rooted in structural racism, who does that? Like, fundamentally, when we're doing our work, we're actually convincing people to believe in themselves, not to believe in the system, but to believe in their own power. And to the extent that they utilize their power, that they can transform, change, abolish, and create systems. And so that's part of our work. And so I think part of it is shifting the frame around how we're actually engaging people and educating people around voting, not as voting is the end all and be all, but being honest with people about the power of voting, but also being honest with people about the limitations of voting as well. So that you're actually engaged in them, seeing it as one tool of many tools that we have to use in our community. The second thing I think is really important, is that we take this fight to the courts. And so our organization has filed several lawsuits, we're suing around these voting rights, that in all of these states, we actually have to really recognize that this fight is on the local level, on the state level, and on the federal level. And so part of what we're going to have to do is literally on the state level, and as we're going to have to really be able to contest this, we can't just let this go by and not challenge it. Every time we see voter suppression, we're going to have to challenge it, right? We have to make it just as difficult for them to actually get away with voting rights as they try to make it for us to vote. And so it's really important for us to fight on all fronts. And I do think that there's a reemergence of a legal strategy that I think is going to be really helpful around, that is aligned with a community organizing, that is actually going to be very helpful. It goes beyond just saying that you're going to change the court. It actually is sending a message that literally we're going to continue in this fight, right? And now the third thing is around, how do you hit them in the coffers? At the end of the day, there's some folks that don't care. We can talk to them about structural racism until they turn blue. They don't care about that. But what they do care about is that money and that green. And so at the end of the day, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to start holding folks accountable. If Black folk in this country collectively, we would be the 12th largest nation economically, we would be the 12th largest nation in the world. That's a tremendous amount of economic power. And so part of the reason why I love the work of the Urban League, that we have to literally not just try to get caught, like literally in this context of, okay, how do we make money? But the question is, how do we use our collective economic power to literally be able to protect our communities and leverage it in such a way? And I think one of the ways that we actually have been working this year is we actually launched the Corporate Accountability Campaign, that literally we're holding corporations accountable around all the corporations that we work with, corporations in the state that we work with. We literally were putting them on, we were calling them in. It was more of a calling in than a calling out, that fundamentally, if we're serving on your boards, we're in your management, we're your workers, we're your employers, and we're employees, and we're your consumers, right? Where are you on voting rights? Right? And literally hold them accountable around where they're positioned and how they leverage, because we cannot allow this voting rights fight to be put in the context of partisanship. Like, if I want to vote Republican, I should have the right to vote Republican or Democrat or Libertarian or whatever I want, what I want to vote for. But fundamentally, as long as we're letting our voting rights be in the context of this partisanship, that my voting rights is protected if a particular party is in office, no, that fundamentally we have to literally move it beyond this conversation around partisanship. And so I think that that's where we have to have the fight. We have to literally really be able to lean into this a little bit differently, and continue the hard work of resistance. But once again, and I'm going to keep saying it like a broken record, like we have to always reimagine, that we can't just continue to respond to what is. We have to reimagine and use all the brilliance, this Black brilliance that is within the context of the Urban League, to think about new ways and new systems. How can we actually create a pipeline that we're running folks for office? Every single seat in this country should be challenged. Particularly those folks who are leading this fight around voting suppression. There's some creative things that I've seen some of the folks be able to do in Georgia. For example, there are some of the folks who have been the sponsors of suppression laws, that many of the groups that we've been working with have organized themselves to go after their contracts. They say, well, okay, if you're going to actually go to voting rights, you're not going to get our money, right? They've actually seen their contracts canceled. They've seen that one of the legislators own a insurance company. There's been organizing where Black folks are pulling their policy out as an insurance company. We're going to see how long he's staying on this voter suppression side. My point is that at some point, what we have to do is we have to really be able to not just really say that we've got to absorb the pain, we've got to inflict it. That at the end of the day, we have to literally say that if you're going to stand in the space of affecting our voting rights, there shall be no economic benefit for you. In that context, we have to literally be able to direct and have a economic strategy that goes along with a political strategy, that goes along with a social strategy, that I think is all in the context around power. That we have to be unapologetic, that all of our work is really so that we empower our community, so that we do that we actually advance, not in the context of somebody else's vision for our community or what they think we're doing better, but how do we determine what it is that we want in our community, and that we're actually moving and creating a vision to rally our people around that.
Ms. Brown, you gave us a sermon today, and I thank you so much for lifting up all of those pieces. I think one of the things that came to mind for me as we were talking about the economic power and all the different tools at our disposal to really push for equity and move this movement forward, I couldn't help but look at you, and it just reminds me of really the rise of Black women that we've seen over the past several years. I know we all know that they've been moving behind the scenes and been the ones getting work done in many places. But I want to turn to my brothers on the panel here and just kind of get a take from them about this rise in Black women's political leadership and what you think that means for the struggle, and what are the implications going forward? Ray, do you want to start?
Absolutely. In short, I'm here for it. I think it is long overdue. We've seen enough of the outcomes and results when we have old white men in office. It's not working. It's not working for Black people specifically. And so when you look at the leadership of individuals like Stacey Abrams and what she was able to do, even after they literally stole an election from her, she came back even stronger and then delivered 2 Senate seats in the state of Georgia. And so that's very powerful, to say the least. I think that we're in a space now as we continue to push for equity and, you know, the pay equity campaigns with the National Urban League, specifically for Black women and all women of color, is one of the bigger things we've been pushing over the last few years. But seeing them now in the political sphere and this civic space leading, we've seen that they're quite capable of leading and doing a better job, if not just as good a job as their counterparts. And so, you know, I think it's critical that we continue to change the narrative, continue to normalize seeing Black women in leadership. You know, I have a daughter. If she opts to, you know, move towards that, I'll make sure to encourage and give her the tools and resources that she needs for that. It shouldn't be an aberration. It should be very normal to us to see it, encourage it, and to invest in it to make sure that we are ultimately getting the best out of our communities. You know, being in corporate America previously, there's plenty of studies that show how diversity benefits your organization. And so why would we think anything different when it comes to the political space and making sure that Black women have a seat at the table and a voice to do meaningful things?
I'll just say ditto, ditto, ditto to everything that Ray just said. You know, Black women have been leaders in the struggle for equality and equity for decades. They just didn't get the credit or the recognition that they deserved. So I'm talking about Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm talking about Shirley Chisholm, and many, many others. We also, I think, are finally, to some extent, in some circles, in some communities, coming to realize that the combination of racism and sexism is so severe, and Black women have been able to overcome those challenges for so long. And now we have the political institutions that are realizing that they can actually do the things that we know that they've been able to do for decades. So long time coming. I think that we're going to hopefully see more and more Black women and women of color make the decision to actually run for political office, because it's a decision that you have to make. You have to appreciate that your life is going to be exposed. You have to understand you may be attacked, not only being a Black woman, but being a woman. And so I'm just so pleased to see so many Black women and women of color that are taking on the political infrastructure and actually addressing the racism and the sexism that we've seen for so long.
Well, thank you for that. We are nearing the end of our time, but I really want to give each of you an opportunity to weigh in. So our last question is, what is the greatest civil rights challenge that you see now? And what's the opportunity for us all in the months ahead? Latasha?
That's a great question. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. You know, I think the biggest civil rights fight on the surface, you know, I wanted to say, oh, it's voter suppression, because that is such an issue. In terms of an issue, that's an issue that I do think is the biggest threat to democracy. But what I think is the biggest challenge we have is getting us to believe. Getting us to believe that we actually can create the kind of world that we all imagine, to get us to believe that we have power and that our power is not contingent upon somebody else's acceptance of us, getting us to believe that when we work together, we win, that we actually are creative and we're innovative. And so I believe that the work that we have to do and the work that we have to do right now is getting our communities to believe in themselves. And what we've seen is that when we get our communities to believe in their power and the possibilities what exist, you know, in terms of when they're able to radically reimagine, when they're able to tap into what it is that they desire for their communities, when they're able to move beyond just the resistance and really think about we're resisting, but we're moving forward because we have a larger reimagination of what is possible. That is when change happens. There's nothing to happen but change. And so to me, I think the biggest issue, you know, is getting our people to rise up by believing what is possible when we tap into the fullness of our power.
Thank you for that. Alfonso?
Ditto, ditto, ditto. I will say most important challenge, and I think opportunity for us, is seeing beyond ourselves. Our liberation movements are really experiencing, I believe, a crisis of paradigms. So the paradigms that we've been using to develop our strategies have not worked. haven't worked across industries, haven't worked across fields, we're still being killed. We're still fighting for the same basic civil rights. So I believe that we need to shift to make sure that we unlock new outcomes. This is what we've been saying repeatedly over this conversation. In terms of those of us who seek liberation, we are many, we are multifaceted. But with a switch to an intersectional collaborative paradigm, I believe we will become stronger than we have ever known. And we can defeat those who benefit from our division, because that's a strategy that has been used time and time again, divide and conquer. But if we take the first step in our journey to recognize that we're all in the same fight for liberation, I think we can ultimately achieve liberation.
Ray will give you the last word.
You know, both of my counterparts touched on some excellent things in terms of challenges and opportunities. I think for me, and, you know, Alfonso touched on this even earlier, it's information. You know, coming out of the last administration, so much about fake news. I can't tell you how many times I've had to correct people on social media where they share something and I have to question, you know, what is the source of this? And then ultimately finding out that it's, you know, something that actually is fake, some conspiracy that's been trumped up, for lack of a better term. And so when you look at the need to make sure that good information is being shared and information is getting to the people that need it the most in our communities, many of the people that were out protesting and marching after George Floyd got killed, because it was not just a cry out to those that are in elected leadership or those that are white males, but it was also a cry out to us that are leaders of the Black organizations to make sure that we are keeping our ears to the streets and embracing those brothers and sisters that are having to work 3 and 4 jobs. And so from an opportunity standpoint, I would say it is economic. When you look at our annual State of Black America report, there are so many areas, whether you look at housing, jobs, our small businesses, our women-owned businesses, Black-owned businesses, we have to continue to invest, grow and support one another. Latasha touched on it earlier. It's not like we haven't done it before. When you look at Black Wall Street and it was destroyed, so we have the ability to create it bigger and better than ever. And so I would say, you know, Frederick Douglass said there's no progress without struggle. We struggle quite enough. It's time for some more progress, so we have to continue to persevere and see it through.
Hear, hear. It is time for more progress. Thank you all. This has been such an inspiring panel and an amazing conversation. I just want to thank all of our viewers for tuning in. And thank you for joining us to discuss liberty and justice for all. This is Jerica Richardson signing off.
Thanks so much, Jerica. That was a really great panel, and thank you to all the panelists. Our next guest is Melanie Campbell, the president and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. Melanie is a dedicated civic activist and one of today's most compelling voices on issues facing Black America, and in particular, Black women. She is the convener of the Black Women's Roundtable, as well as an author of the Roundtable's highly respected and quoted annual report on the status of Black women. I'm a member of BWR, and I cannot tell you what a wonderful resource it is on the issues impacting Black women. Join me in welcoming Melanie Campbell.
This year, the National Coalition is celebrating our 45th anniversary of our founding, and so we're really excited. Thank you for Mark Morial, my civil rights colleague and brother, George Chady, and the entire National Urban League family for inviting me to join this very, very important conversation that you're having today, addressing the critical issue of racial justice and its intersectionality across all sectors, generations, genders, and social status. This indelible stain of racism has marred our nation's history for over 400 plus years. For generations, systemic and structural racism has touched every sector of our society, from where we live, work, play, get our education. Every segment of this nation has been consistently fraught with injustice based on the unfinished business of race and racism. While there have always been movements in this country to combat inequality, the unrelenting wave of police violence and white vigilantism over the past year against George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Ahmaud Arbery, Dante Wright, and too many others has ignited and elevated a historic Black Lives Matter movement calling for the eradication of injustice and white supremacy in all its forms. That is global, multiracial, multigenerational, and unrelenting. This racial justice awakening has led to widespread and sustained protests that where millions of Americans took to the streets demanding the removal of racist monuments, prompting some of U.S. cities to bar police chokeholds, and spurred greater recognition from government, educational institutions, private businesses, corporate America, and others to the entrenched disparities in our laws and public policies that have denied equal opportunity for all. On a federal level, it has elevated a call for systemic and structural change, including advocating strongly for the passage of the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Restoration Act, the For the People Act, and much, much more.
Thank you, Melanie. Next, we are pleased to welcome my dear friend, Erica Maritzagu, Deputy Assistant to President Joe Biden and Senior Liaison for Asian American Pacific Islanders at the White House. In her new administration role, she manages relationships between the White House and the AAPI community. She was recently appointed to lead a newly formed congressional relations team that coordinates advocacy strategy across all program areas for the AAPI community, from economic justice to health justice. Hello and welcome, Deputy Maritzagu.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you to the National Urban League and to Mark Morial and Joy Cheney for all of your historic and continued leadership to help African Americans and others in underserved communities achieve their highest true social parity, economic self-reliance, power, and civil rights. All of my adult life as a professional and as a volunteer has been built on your excellent model of local action, collaboration, and coalition building. And I bring these lessons with me to this new position at the White House at a time of long overdue and ongoing racial reckoning in our country, plus persistent anti-Asian hate and violence, and during a pandemic that has taken a severe economic and personal toll on all of our communities. You may remember that President Biden signed a presidential memorandum condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders his first week in office, and has continued to prioritize the urgent need for cross-agency coordination to combat anti-Asian bias and violence, especially anti-Asian violence that is at the intersection of gender-based violence that, frankly, has plagued every woman of color in America throughout our lives. Present-day inequities faced by AA and NHPI communities are rooted in our country's history of exclusion, discrimination, racism, and xenophobia that is as old as our nation's founding, our arrival to it, or our annexation to it. And our stories are not unique, nor may they be the worst, but as Reverend Dr. King often said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. That's why on his first day in office, President Biden signed an unprecedented executive order establishing a whole-of-government initiative to address racial inequities and to support underserved communities and redress systemic racism in federal policies, laws, and programs. He took immediate action to roll back harmful policies, such as President Trump's 1776 Commission and his ban on diversity and inclusion training for federal employees and contractors. In the days ahead, President Biden will continue to reinvigorate the federal government's role as a model employer by expanding and building on the efforts of the Obama-Biden administration, requiring all agencies to take affirmative steps to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as by requiring accessibility. From day one, the president has made it very clear that he sees the deep racial inequities in America with systemic racism that has plagued our nation for far too long. President Biden continues to demonstrate his commitment to take comprehensive action to address systemic racism that persists today, as xenophobia and white supremacy continue to rear its head in our country. Our solidarity and unified fronts as communities of color and communities of those marginalized are more pressing than ever, as it is the history of our unique and yet shared trauma and our unique and yet shared lineage of oppression that will strengthen our rise and strengthen our commitment to allyship and to coalition that represents all of the beauty of diverse America to rebuild towards a beloved community. It's an honor to be witness to the noble examples of leadership, resilience, and courage shown by all of our communities working hand in hand to find solutions to the problems and the challenges that are facing us all today. Also, to find moments of joy to celebrate together and to know that the entire administration has our backs. We have a president and a vice president who see us and hear us and value us. Please be assured that the president and vice president and entire administration are committed to a whole of government effort to advance equity, root out racial injustices, and finally deliver the promise of America for all Americans. Mahalo nui loa for the opportunity to join you.
Thank you, Erica, and thank you also to everyone who participated in today's session. Please stay tuned for our next session, In Conversation, the plan for expanding Black wealth. Good afternoon, and welcome to In Conversation, the plan for expanding Black wealth, presented by Wells Fargo. My name is Joy Cheney, and I am the Executive Director of the Washington Bureau at the National Urban League and the Urban League Senior Vice President for Policy and Advocacy. Today's session is all about creating and maintaining wealth. We are joined by our special guest, Marcia Fudge, the first African-American woman to serve as the Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. In her new role, she is looking to bridge the wealth gap in communities of color, which often begins with home ownership and fair appraisals and stable, affordable rental housing. But before we get started, here's a message from our valued sponsor, Wells Fargo. Thank you, Wells Fargo. You know, financial wealth is more than about what someone has in the bank. It's also about economic stability and building a legacy for future generations. Unfortunately, wealth in America has been progressively consolidated by a smaller and smaller minority of our richest citizens. What remains is disproportionately distributed along racial lines, leaving African American households and other communities of color more vulnerable and less equipped to rise out of poverty and into the middle class. Home ownership is a crucial tool of wealth building, and the Urban League movement has taken the lead, fighting discriminatory housing policies that limit opportunities for Black and Brown families. An important part of that effort will be a collaboration with the Biden Harris administration and its Department of Housing and Urban Development. Here for a frank discussion about policy, the collaboration, and economic empowerment for our communities. Please welcome President and CEO of the National Urban League, Mark H. Morial, and the Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Honorable Marcia L. Fudge.
Thank you, Joy Chaney, for that introduction. Now it's my pleasure to welcome Secretary Fudge to our platform. Madam Secretary, on behalf of the National Urban League, thank you so much for joining us for this very important discussion. Now, before we begin, Madam Secretary, I want to talk about your background. Born in Cleveland, a bachelor's degree in business from The Ohio State University, a law degree from Cleveland State University, Cleveland Marshall College of Law. Before coming to Washington, you were the first woman and the first African American elected mayor of Warrensville Heights, Ohio, a position you held for 2 terms. As mayor, you advanced fair and equitable housing policies. You took action against predatory lending. You helped homeowners survive the city's foreclosure crisis. And you also served in a very important position of national leadership as the national president of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. Now, if you said that your experience as mayor, and I'll say your experience as president of Delta Sigma Theta, informs your belief that solutions, including housing issues, do not fit into a one-size-fits-all approach, and that we need policies, we need programs that can adapt to meet a community's unique housing challenges. We're going to talk more about that and how your policy approach informs your leadership at the Department of Housing and Urban Development. President Biden and Vice President Harris have expressed their commitment to an equitable recovery of our nation's economy. And I know our audience is anxious for details. So let's get straight to it. Once again, welcome, Madam Secretary Marcia Fudge.
First, let me say it's just so good to be with you. It's always a pleasure to be with you as well as with the Urban League. One of the very first things that President Biden did when he took office, actually on day one, is he extended the moratorium and for evictions and forbearance on mortgages. So just think where we would be, Mr. President, if he hadn't. We had no idea that we'd still be in COVID, even though he's done a good job at trying to get us on the other side. But there were more than 11 million home buyers who were behind on their mortgages as a result of the last 15 months. If the President of the United States had not said for all of those people who have federal mortgages that they were just out in the cold, just think where we'd be. There has been in his rescue plan, which I'm so pleased about, Mr. President, is that there's $40 billion available to keep people in their homes and or to help people who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. So he has been very focused on making sure that people have a roof over their heads, that they're not evicted, that they don't lose their homes. It's been, in my opinion, one of the strongest and most courageous pieces of what this president has done in this very short period of time.
So it's certainly demonstrated a great deal of compassion, but also smart public policy for those who may be listening, local advocates, or even homeowners and renters themselves. What's the pathway to access that $40 billion? Is it through the states? Is it through the counties? Is it through the cities? For those that want to know a little bit more, where might they find that information?
Well, there are a number of places. One, of course, all they have to do is come to HUD's website. We have technical assistance, we have information, and we will assist. But what happens, it varies. Some states received certain portions of it. Bigger cities, of course, like cities like New Orleans and Cleveland and others received their own share. So they would need to go to their local communities or their states or counties and try to access the resources. So what we have done is try to streamline the process, because you know yourself, mayors of cities are so overwhelmed at points. And so when they get large sums of money, it is hard to stand that up very, very quickly, especially if it is something new and you're getting a lot of resources and a lot of direction at the same time. So some of the resources, we admit, have been bogged down a bit because just of the capacity of those communities to stand it up. But now we think we are at a place where everyone should be able to very seamlessly get these resources so that they don't lose their apartments, they don't lose their homes. And if there is any question, just call HUD.
Well, you make a real good point. What people seem to forget is that city governments and county governments laid off millions of people because of the pandemic, because tax revenues were low. And there was a basic recalcitrance on behalf of the prior administration to provide any support for state and local governments. So when President Biden came in, your team finally addressed that. And now municipal governments are going to have resources. But you're right, it takes a minute to stand that up if your employees have been laid off, if in many cases, the operations and the hours of government city halls being open has certainly been cut back. And so I want to thank you and the president for being strong advocates for municipal governments, for cities, for mayors who now are close to the ground and now will have resources to try to help people avoid foreclosure, avoid evictions with these financial supports as these moratoria sort of burn off or wear out. Now, the Black community, the African-American community, we know was impacted disproportionately as a result of COVID and as a result of the effects of COVID. Talk about, from your vantage point as Secretary of HUD, what you see on the disproportionality front, and then what steps you're leading to address this.
You know the old saying, when America catches a cold, Black America gets pneumonia. It's still no different. The racism that we face in this nation still exists. And that's why when the president talked about equity across all agencies of this federal government, it gave me great pride, because he and Vice President Harris understand the institutional racism that we still deal with in this country. And so some of the things that we're doing at HUD is just in the budget that I'm going to be presenting on next week. There is $100 million to assist persons who want to buy homes. We are going to stand up a very new commission that is going to address the issues of racism in appraisals. We are looking at ways to expand credit to people who really are credit worthy, but the system works against them. So there are a number of things that HUD is doing to make sure that we can start to do the things that you and I both know help people create generational wealth, and that's buy a home, stay in a home once they get a home. So we're working at how we create more equity in housing on the front end so that people will be more secure in their homes. I am just so excited about the things that we are doing and the things that the president is helping us do. He is extremely happy about the fact that we are taking steps to address what has been so long the best kept secret, that Black and brown and poor people have a more difficult time of getting into home ownership than other people. So I have so many things to talk about, Mark. I just don't even know where to start, but I would start with that.
I'm going to tell you, Madam Secretary, the National Urban League and the Urban League movement and our affiliates across the nation are no doubt going to be excited about the $100 million commitment to housing counseling. This is work we do. This is work we do to the tune of serving 55,000 people a year through a network of over 125 housing counselors. And it is a time-tested and evidence-proven approach to help people address challenges with housing, but also to prepare them to become homeowners. So a great deal of thanks. And then secondly, the appraisal issue is so real. We witness it, we see it. I've seen news reports recently. It's extreme, and certainly taking what is sometimes a difficult issue by the horns, if you will, is something that we will certainly fight to ensure that that initiative remains in the budget process throughout. Now, systemic racism and its effect on America and on Black America is something that President Biden has talked about more so than any other commander in chief. He's been very clear about this. As you think about this from a HUD perspective and from an administrative perspective, share with those who are listening, because we're deeply focused on this, how and what steps you believe you can take beyond what you've already talked about, which I think is significant, to address the systemic racism that affects the housing market and the racial wealth gap in America.
Well, let me also say this before I start, is that the Urban League has probably done more with housing than any of the other civil rights organizations and organizations across the country. So we want to partner with you every opportunity we get. But we have the discrimination that is built into the system. And so let's just take something as redlining. We talk about it all the time, but nobody really addresses it. They think, oh, that's old, that's of the past. But if you live in a neighborhood that has been so devalued by people who do appraisals, just think about what it then takes to get a home. You can't even sell your home probably for what it's worth because it's in a particular community that's Black. Think about it from this vantage point. Black people make up about 13% of the population of the United States, but we are 40% of the people who are homeless in this country. We are a significant share of the population of people who live in public housing. It is not because we are not capable. It is not that we lack the intelligence, we lack the opportunity, and we lack a level playing field. So what we're going to do is look at the things that keep people from getting credit. Student loan is something people never ever think about. But who has more student loan debt? Black people and poor people. So what they do is they skew and weight your credit scores based upon how much student debt you have. We look at things like just actually houses, just something simple like houses that cost less than $75,000. So we have in my community, I know probably in yours, we have tons and tons of them, but we won't loan you money for that. If we started to lend to people who wanted to purchase homes in the $50,000, $75,000 range, to build back those communities, it would be transformational, but we don't do it because we don't invest in those kinds of neighborhoods. So there are many things that have been happening that we are now addressing. And because HUD comes under our direction, we're going to change these things. Some of them just take the will to do it. It doesn't take congressional action. It doesn't take presidential action. It just takes the will to do it.
Well, I am so excited because I think you're certainly standing in the tradition of Patricia Roberts Harris, standing in the tradition of Henry Cisneros and Andrew Cuomo, great HUD secretaries who I studied or worked with, who use the power of the agency, the bully pulpit, with respect to the housing and mortgage and development industries to really address this. Now, the president has been bold, and you all have been imaginative in proposing an infrastructure plan that also includes components of housing. We strongly support that. We recommended the very same to the Congress over the last 6-7 years and to the president as candidate Biden. Talk a little bit about how in an infrastructure plan, a housing commitment might work to assist on some of the issues you just outlined.
We know that today there is no city in America where you can get a 2-bedroom apartment if you make minimum wage. We know that housing prices have gone up drastically so that even people who make a decent living cannot afford to buy a home. So there is a huge gap between the numbers of people who need housing, moderate income people, and the housing that's available, because there's very little moderate income housing anymore. There is very little, if almost no, new low income housing. And so what the president has charged us to do with the $200 billion he's putting into the jobs plan is to create, whether by new construction, whether by renovation or rehabilitation or manufacturing, it runs the gamut, but to create 2 million new housing units in this country for moderate and low income people. Not only did they put $200 billion in there for the construction or rehabilitation, but another tax credit that's going to be close to $1 billion to assist to get people into the market of wanting to do it. He has made a commitment unlike anything I have ever seen. When we think about the numbers of new housing that has been built in the last 20 years, you would be surprised at how low it is. This president has decided that it is now time to make this once in a generation commitment and investment into the people of this country. And the other great thing about it is that most of the jobs, and there will be millions of them created by the jobs plan, are going to be jobs that do not require anything more than a high school diploma. So all of the people who have been left out of this technology society are going to be brought back in. And I think that's
so. That's a
exciting
real, and look, a very important point, because infrastructure is about jobs, but it's also about long-term improvements to communities. We certainly have also advocated that there be a stronger commitment to the Community Development Block Grant Program and the Community Development Block Grant Public Facilities Program, which is a very important tool for community centers, recreation centers, parks, playgrounds, those types of small infrastructure projects that really go to improving the quality of life in neighborhoods, in Black neighborhoods, in brown neighborhoods, and inner city neighborhoods. What you're thinking about the CBDG program, the budget going forward, how does it fit into your plans?
Well, let me just say that in this plan as well, there's $10 billion for community revitalization between this plan and the American Families Plan. So we understand the need to create green space, to help small businesses. We understand those needs. And so the president is making sure that that is a part of his plan as well. With CDBG, it has to, we're not in any way going to start to do what some of the thinking has been in the past, is to continue to reduce the resources that come through CDBG and home. We know that those are the resources that most communities depend on, and they are the most flexible resources, because what we do with so many programs, we tie the hands of mayors and commissioners and governors, but CDBG and home are two of the programs that are going to be lifted, not decreased.
Look, as a former mayor, but also as a great member of Congress who led the Congressional Black Caucus, it's so refreshing that you don't have to be educated about how these tools work and how valuable they are. Let's talk a little bit about the, if you will, economic development side of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. There are tools there and resources there. And as you look back, and as you look back and again look forward, and as you think about that, how are you thinking about unleashing even further the role that the department can play in economic development projects, whether it's Brownsfields or related projects? Any thoughts on that?
Well, I would say that certainly HUD does have its programs that we can use to assist. But one of the things that the president talked about in Tulsa, which you had the benefit of hearing firsthand, is how he wants to address bringing in small businesses, whether it be through procurement with the federal government, which is just absolutely huge. But the other things that we have talked about are how we really get resources to people who may not have the real access network to make sure that they can get them. So we're going to start doing more things with community banks, with CDFIs, with some smaller institutions that actually are the people that most of these businesses bank with. They're the people who know them, the people that are closest to them, and they will make the process more streamlined than the big banks. That's what the problem was with PPP. Most of the resources went to the really, really big guys because the smaller players didn't have the access, didn't have the technical knowledge to do it. So we're going to turn that around. But we're also going to make sure that we take a hold of approach like the Market Street program that deals with businesses and communities. We're also going to spend a great deal of money in rural communities, because what we forget sometimes is that most of America lives in small towns.
Right.
So we want to be sure that small towns are brought into this process as well. But there are a lot of resources between these three bills. Just think $1 trillion just to help people. $1,400 checks, the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, and I could go on. All
Those
the
are
things that are going to make it.
Incredible tools that, it really is. We have to assault poverty. We have to attack poverty. We have to fight the war on poverty that was launched by President Johnson, but never fought because President Nixon came in and surrendered before the war really even got underway. And that mentality persisted for a very long time. As you think forward, the National Urban League is so linked to the success, the dynamism, and the importance of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. How can we help you? There are many, many people who are listening, following, learning, excited about your leadership and excited about new approaches. How can they help? How can they be an ally, a force to ensure that what HUD wants to do, what your voice represents, has the strength and the support it needs?
The first thing I think is to try to find a way to partner with us. We can't do this work alone. We need the Urban League. We need continuums of care. We need people on the ground who are going to help us get out our message, because we are a people who have trust issues. And I think it is something that we all have been through. We know how we've been treated in this nation. And so we need those voices that we trust to get the word out. So the first thing I want to say, which has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now, Mark, but get vaccinated. Get vaccinated. Because if we want to get our people back to work, if we want our children back in school, we have to do that. One of the things that I found so interesting throughout this COVID process, as we talked about whether or not housing was infrastructure, is that when COVID hit, and you know it yourself, they told us to stay at home. What do you do if you have no home? They told us that our children had to learn virtually. What happens if you live in a place with no broadband or internet? We need to get our communities engaged. And that means that they need to talk to us about what their needs are. If they live in public housing, they need to get to us and tell us what those needs are. If they are looking to buy a home, they need to get to us and tell us what those things are, because we cannot make this work alone. We've got resources, but we need people like you and other people. But the biggest thing that people can do for us today is to let them know this is a new day.
Yes.
This is an opportunity that may never come again.
Yes.
So they have to be prepared. We need to prepare ourselves for home ownership. We need to prepare ourselves for going forward with our educations. We need to prepare ourselves to make our communities what they can be, because if we don't do it now, quite frankly, Mr. President, I don't know when there will be another opportunity like this opportunity.
Look, 2020 was a year of, I called it 4 pandemics: COVID, the economy, racial justice, and the soul of America. And coming out of the tragedy of 2020 as a people, as a community, and as a nation, we have now, with new leadership, as you mentioned, an opportunity. And what we've seen in the first 125 or so days is a true determination to put important proposals on the table. We see a pushback from some quarters of this nation that's vicious and negative and regressive. But we're encouraging people to, and one of the reasons why we do these legislative policy conferences is because we want people in the community to be able to have information beyond the headlines on cable TV, beyond the talking points on the radio, beyond the both truth and lies of the internet, beyond, if you will, the voices that sometimes deal in superficiality, but to really truly understand there's 100 million proposed for housing counseling. That's home buyer education. That's to help you become a home owner. There's 40 billion there to assist with rent payments and mortgage payments. I have a sister who's a judge in New Orleans. She presides over a court that does housing issues. And she, in this pandemic, has told me stories of the many, many people who come there unrepresented by counsel, just trying to hang on, needing extra weeks. And so she welcomed the moratoria. She said, you know, there were some of us, we were voluntarily issuing what we could, delays and moratoria consistent with our role as judges, but that, you know, on the front lines, you saw people, lots of Black people, but not all Black people.
Yeah.
You saw a combination of older, seasoned seniors. You saw young people. You saw families with children who were caught in this vicious trap. And the moratoria on foreclosures and rents helped us avoid the catastrophe of the recession.
That's right.
Which was a catastrophic. And I remember those specious arguments that people were making about moral hazard. And somehow if you helped people, it incentivized, if you will, lax behaviors and mentality. Our public policy, and in this nation, has to have a foundation of compassion and caring for people, not the hard-heartedness, not just the green eye shade mentality. And I think the president and the vice president and you and the team have brought that sensibility in the policies that you're on. And I know we're only just beginning. And there's a tremendous amount more to do, but we want our people in communities across the nation, urban leaguers, friends, and allies, to be able to hear from you at any and every time you feel you want to talk to the broader community. You want the broader community to understand, and we can come back and talk about the appraisal initiative. We can come back and talk more about infrastructure and housing in the budget so that people can understand how they can be a part, how they can be involved, and also, quite candidly, how they can hold their local elected officials accountable.
That's right.
To make sure that these programmatics indeed work. So it has been so powerful to hear you and see you and to gain a sense of your passion and just great substance on the issues of housing and economic development, systemic racism, Americans, urban communities, Black people and people of color, and all of the issues we've had a chance to discuss. So before we close, I want to give you the final word with great appreciation for your leadership.
Thank you very, very much. I thank you, of course, for always being on the front lines. I mean, it's ever since the day I met you, even as mayor of New Orleans, you were always on the front lines, and I thank you for that. I thank the Urban League for what it does every day for our communities. I want to thank your sister, because that's the kind of judge we need in every community, somebody that cares about the people they serve. And lastly, I would say that it is a true honor and pleasure to work for a president who has courage, who cares enough about the people of this nation to make tough choices and not worry about the consequences. So know that we're going to continue to make sure that we do our part at HUD. And I just ask that you all will continue to support us, keep moving forward, and know that we are going to do the very, very best we can to change the lives of the people who need our help the most.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Keep the faith and stay empowered.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Morial and Secretary Fudge, for your compelling insight, candid conversation, and most importantly, your commitment to closing the Black wealth gap. Thanks to all of you for tuning into this session, and I hope you'll continue to engage in the Legislative Policy Conference. Good afternoon. This is Joy Cheney, Executive Director of the National Urban League's Washington Bureau. Welcome again to this year's live town hall. The topic of the hour is the historic Biden-Harris White House. We are going to assess the administration's leadership and performance thus far, discuss its agenda looking forward, and delve into what it needs to do to fulfill its promise of equity and social justice. Our sponsor for this town hall is UPS, and we're going to start things off with this important message.
Hello, I'm Nikki Clifton. Like the National Urban League, when it comes to economic empowerment and advancing opportunities in underserved communities, UPS is a first responder. And last year, we experienced a critical turning point in American history. From classrooms to boardrooms, calls for social justice opened doors to discussions about systemic racism, economic gaps, and social inequity. At UPS, we turned our anger into action. We embraced discussions on dismantling racism. We launched our first voter engagement and education campaign. We committed to dedicating 1 million volunteer hours to underserved Black communities. And we also supported the growth of Black-owned businesses through investments and partnerships. We are on a purposeful journey, and there is more work to do. UPS is honored to work alongside the National Urban League to empower resilient, just, and safe communities across America.
Thank you, UPS. For the hour, the President and CEO of the National Urban League, Mark H. Morial, and Senior Advisor to the President and Director of White House Office of Public Engagement, Cedric Richmond. Mark, take it away.
Greetings. Let me, first of all, thank you, Joy, for your leadership and energy, and for you and your team's great effort, along with the entire National Urban League team, for putting together a great 18th Legislative Policy Conference. Let me also say how honored I am to be able to be with Cedric Richmond, who in his role as a senior advisor to President Biden is one of the most important people in the nation at this time. Now, we dedicate this conversation to the Biden-Harris White House. There is absolutely no question that this 6-month-old administration is beginning to look like one of the most consequential in our nation's history. In very short order, the White House has drastically moved to reduce childhood poverty, invested heavily in Main Street America, saved the lives of millions of Americans with its rapid COVID-19 vaccine distribution. It's
next one will be Cedric when Cedric comes on screen to speak for the first time.
It's an impressive start. And it's a start that we want to discuss with the Director of the White House Office of Public Engagement and Senior Advisor to the President. And I'm so proud to be with Cedric Richmond. We share the beloved New Orleans as our hometown. We were able to work side by side over the many, many years to try to improve the quality of life for people with a distinct focus on the African-American community. So, Director Richmond, Cedric, I am honored to be with you today. I want to thank you. And I know today is an important day in the news. The president is preparing for a conversation with Vladimir Putin. The Attorney General made an important announcement, his second in 3 or 4 days. This one on domestic terrorism, last week on voting. We're excited that you were able to quarterback the confirmations of Kristen Clark and Vanita Gupta and Marsha Fudge and so many others that we have great confidence in. So thank you for joining the National Urban League. And perhaps you can begin, because I think people know Cedric Richmond, but I think it would be helpful to just tell people, before we begin our conversation, a little bit about you, about Cedric Richmond, and how you are who you are.
Well, first of all, let me just thank Joy and the Urban League for putting this together and the amazing work that you do. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your leadership of the Urban League has been very consequential. It's made a real difference and shaped conversations around the country, if not around the world. And for that, we have a better country and we have better communities. And so you know me probably better than anybody else. We share life experiences, both from New Orleans. I'm a public school graduate, Morehouse, Tulane. But more importantly, when we were at the height of the crime, my last couple of years of high school, you had a summer jobs program. And that was one of the things that really made a difference, not just for me, but many of my friends. And so I just remember the fact that we just don't fight crime with police officers, district attorneys, and sheriffs, but you fight it with opportunity, education, hope, paychecks, all of those things. And so we've come kind of full circle again, and we'll embark on that that fight again, because it never goes away. But more importantly, we're from a city that gives a lot and shares a lot. And that has been a great trait to have in this administration, because what we do here is just we keep our head down and try to get the work done. So whether it's making sure we fight childhood poverty or make sure that we are vaccinating people, we just want to get the work done, and then we'll celebrate in second line and all those things when it's all said and done. But for now, it's about meeting the moment. And so far, I think that we've been very intentional about that. And I think that a lot of that just comes from everybody's life experience, especially the president, who knows what it's like to lose a loved one and to lose several, and that the hole that it puts in your heart. And so he wanted to, put 1,000% of this administration's effort to preventing that loss. And today we went over 600,000 Americans lost due to the pandemic. That's 600,000 families that lost a loved one. And so we're going to continue to do our work. And I think that that's what makes this administration so unique, is that we really just share from our life experiences, try to get the work done, and very intentional learning from other administrations.
Let's talk about the first 6 months. Thank you. How would you characterize the first 6 months? What's been the most important steps that you all have taken in the first 6 months? Do a quick reflection for us. And it's an artificial marker, we know, but it's an important time because you all have gotten off to a quick start. How do you think about the first 6 months?
When I think about our first 6 months, I think about being intentional. We came in on day one with a plan, and that was the American Rescue Plan, to help us fight a pandemic that was ravaging the country and disproportionately affecting communities of color. So if you look at the $1.9 trillion bill that we introduced, that was one facet and phase of it. The other was to make sure that as we implemented vaccinations, that we did it in a smart, effective, and equitable manner. So when we came in, there were 8.6 million or so doses of vaccines going out a week. We got that up to almost 30 million a week. And one thing we did, we saw when we came in that African Americans and other minorities were not getting vaccinated at the same rate. So we then went to pharmacies and signed them up to help us. We still didn't hit the number that we wanted. So then we went to community health centers and we saw the numbers go up. Still didn't hit where we wanted. So we did our own vaccination centers. And I say that to say and show and illustrate that we were intentional about where we wanted to get to. And that was to make sure that there was equity in the vaccinations and that anyone who could get one could. And so we did it. And then if you look at everything from the COVID relief legislation, the rescue plan, in terms of making sure that we invested money in places that it needed to be, everything we did was intentional. So the day one racial equity executive order, whether it was closing private prisons, whether it was directing HUD, and I know you had Secretary Fudge here, directing them to root out systemic barriers and racism in home ownership and affordable housing. Everything that we're doing, we are doing it because there's a purpose to it and there's a long-term plan. Mm-hmm. So when I look back over the first 6 months, I just think of strategy, a plan, and execution. And this is how, if I were running a campaign, I would characterize it as this. Challenges.
It is.
Go ahead, Mark. No, I would just say that I would characterize it.
I was going to say, I give the administration.
Go ahead.
No, what I would offer is that there is no doubt that the president and the administration have come in and, with respect to COVID, got the confusion, the drama, the inaction, and the chaos out of the process very quickly and moved to follow our recommendations. The community-based distribution sites that you all set up, the money in the American Rescue Plan to assist cities and counties and states and community organizations, the underpinnings of our relationships with the Centers for Disease Control to encourage people to get the best information have made a huge difference. And I think people who were there in the final months of the previous administration trying to work closely on COVID understand that now there's a degree of professionalism, a commitment to equity, people in charge who are serious and not grandstanding and game playing. So I want to compliment you all for that. Let me talk about an issue that really, for the civil rights community, for the National Urban League, and for so many of us, has got us coiled, not only for battle, but also that has sort of reminded us how fragile progress can be. And that is the right to vote. And the manner in which, since January, and since a historic election with the highest turnout in American history. Now, I dispute the fact that this is the second highest turnout. People talk about 1900 or 1901. Let's remember 1901 women didn't vote. African Americans were being stripped of the right to vote. This was the highest, most diverse turnout in modern American history. And now there is a backlash at states. As the administration, the Attorney General, President has made some strong statements. What message and what role do you foresee you all playing in this fight to protect democracy?
Well, Mark, when you put it that way, talking about protect democracy, then it is all hands on deck. We will use every tool at our disposal. And so think of it this way. If you go back to 2020, before the election, they started putting hurdles and obstacles in front of people back then. And through the help of nonpartisan groups like the Urban League, people got registered, people were educated on how to face those barriers, overcome those hurdles, and have a meaningful right to vote. So that's going to be one aspect of it, is making sure that people know what's in place in their community, how to get over it. The other part is, where appropriate, I think the Attorney General has indicated that they will make sure that these laws that are not constitutional get challenged. But we have an independent Justice Department, and we acknowledge the independence, and we appreciate it, and we think that's the way it should be. And then we have, the Democratic National Committee that will be focused on it. But the key goes back to what you said. Democracy, the future of this country is at stake. You have people who charged the Capitol, led an insurrection to keep President Biden from being installed as the new president. And so when you think of it in that manner, no one should rest while this is happening. And instead of celebrating the fact that more people voted than ever in United States history, they are creating barriers because they lost the exchange of ideas. And I think they're going to lose the exchange of ideas well into the future if their answer to lack of ideas is to just change the rules by which people vote. And so, but it is a real threat, and we are paying a lot of attention to it. You saw the president talk about it in Tulsa, and you saw that he gave this assignment to the Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris, because this is something that is important to the White House, important to democracy, and we're going to make sure that we have the best tackling it.
Well, we are going to engage, and we've already begun to engage with the Vice President, certainly with the Department of Justice, for the urban leaguers and the National Urban League affiliate leaders and volunteers and our broad supporters who are watching today. Tell us how we can best support this fight to protect democracy from your perspective? Because you are one who has been a long champion of voting rights. You've held elected office at the state and the federal level. You've been on the ground and understanding campaigns and how to get out the vote and what barriers mean and how to overcome them. What wisdom would you share with our members, our supporters, our followers across the nation today?
I think it's going to take a multifaceted approach, and I think you all will play a big role in it. One is to use your voice to let elected officials and others know that people are paying attention, that this is a priority, and that inaction is not an option. Number two is to help to educate the public, to help get people registered to vote, make sure people have a meaningful ability to get to the polls and to cast that vote. Three, to the extent that there are lawsuits and others brought by people who feel wronged or that this is targeted in a discriminatory manner, is to find ways to assist there. But this is something that it's going to be a all hands on deck, and we're going to need the Urban League and all of the other civil rights organizations to play a role in this. But again, we're not trying to stack the deck. We just want everybody to vote because we know that if everybody votes, we'll win, because we stand on the side of the American people who are just really trying to keep a roof over their head, food on the table, clothes on their back, and build a better tomorrow. And we just need the Urban League's voice in that area. And we need your action, because that's something that is synonymous with the Urban League. Not complaining, not pontificating, but going out there, knocking doors, acting, educating, and doing the hard work.
Well, you know, our Reclaim Your Vote campaign last fall was enormously successful in multiple states and cities and through social media as we all navigated the pandemic. And now the National Urban League and our civil rights partners have lifted up three important legislative agenda items. One, S1, HR1, the For the People Act, the idea of creating national standards. Certainly the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. As we look at this, bipartisanship around democracy and voting appears to be somewhat elusive. Going forward, how do we achieve what needs to be done to make sure that those provisions become law? And I might add, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which is so important. This is a tough road in a closely divided Congress, but with the president's leadership, how are we going to get these passed?
I think that there's a pathway on, let's start with the last one, George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. There is a bipartisan group working on legislation, and it's a genuine effort. Senator Booker and Senator Scott say that there's goodwill there. There's an opportunity to get to a yes. And so we are closely monitoring and assisting in any way we can, but we are very hopeful that they get to a resolution that can get 60 votes in the U.S. Senate. Now, when we talk about the HR1 and HR4, HR1, of course, will probably go for a vote in the next 10 or so days. We will see where it lands. We have voiced our support for it. We have issued statements in support of it. The president has publicly called for its passage. And we're urging Democrats to vote for it. Will it get 10 Republican votes? I think that that's a high hurdle to get to. And then the question is, you move on to HR4, which is the extension of the Voting Rights Act and the John Lewis voting bill, which is extremely important to protecting our democracy. And we think that there is room to get 60 votes there. But at some point, we will do what it takes in order to advance the issue. And we have issued one executive order on voting, access to voting, and making sure that people can do that. But we are hopeful still that there's a bipartisan recognition of how important the Voting Rights Act is, how important it is to advance voting rights in this country. And remember, President Biden, as chair of Judiciary, renewed the Voting Rights Act in a bipartisan manner before, almost unanimous vote. And we're going to hope and work to try to do that again because it's just that important.
That's so refreshing to understand that there's an acknowledgement of the difficult road ahead, but the president's commitment and your commitment in a really, really strong way. Let me ask you this. You've worked now for President Biden for 6 months, but for 18 months, you've had a chance to work closely with Joe Biden. Tell us about Joe Biden, the leader. Joe Biden, to work closely with him. I mean, we see Joe Biden. I've known Joe Biden. He's as authentic and real a guy in politics that I've ever encountered. But what does he like to work for?
It's the same, Mark. He's not in it for the accolades. He doesn't want attention. He doesn't use the word I a lot. It's just about changing the lives of people. And he's been very fortunate in his life and had some really great ups, but he's also had some really low downs. And I think that makes for a rounded person who appreciates the moment, but appreciates why he's here and the purpose and the change that he wants to enact. And so when you look at, for example, the American Rescue Plan and the fact that there was real money put in there to fight child poverty in the Black community, Hispanic community, AAPI community, the fact that there was money in there for Black farmers who were traditionally wronged by the federal government. Those are ways in which we are trying to right the wrongs that have happened before, but it's because you have a president who cares, doesn't care about himself as much as he cares about making a difference and being transformational. So I believe in what he's trying to do. I believe in his commitment. And it's not just in front of the cameras. It's behind the cameras where you see the real commitment. You know, I had a safe job in Congress where I probably could have been there for a pretty long time. But when I talked to him and after spending about 18 months or 2 years on the campaign trail, I knew how transformational he wanted to be. So if you look at our investment in small businesses, Black businesses, and education, Title I schools, it is to make a lasting difference in this country. And he looked me dead in the eyes and said, I want you to be a part of that. I'm going to need your help to get this done. And because I know what he wants to do and the fact that if he wants to do it, we'll get it done, I wanted to be a part of that. And so if you look at our investment in Title I schools, HBCUs, small businesses, we know that what the Urban League has traditionally fought for over its existence. Criminal justice is important, but it is not the end all be all. We can tie everything back to economics and education. And if you see where we're investing our money and our resources, it's in education, it's in economics, but it's also in equity, whether it's social justice, criminal justice, or justice in business. We're going to do that. And that's just, I mean, you know him, Mark. That's just who he is.
And look, I'll tell you, Cedric, and I've said this to many people, and having worked with and watched presidents for a long time, President Biden has been more explicit about equity and racial justice, his willingness to speak about it. I heard him in Tulsa. I've heard him on many occasions. It's not only refreshing, it's necessary for the nation. It's necessary for these times, for a president who can use his bully pulpit to shape and teach and educate and persuade Americans on the issue of race, which is America's most challenging issue today. It was our most challenging issue 50 years ago, 100 years ago, and 150 years ago, owing to the legacy of slavery. I want to cover, in the time remaining, another one of our central, if you will, priorities, and that is the issue of jobs and infrastructure. The president's plan, the initial plan, the original plan, really brought smiles to our face and high fives to our team, in that it matched in so many ways the National Urban League's Main Street Marshall Plan. the thinking behind it, the breadth of it, et cetera. As this plan is now negotiated, we feel strongly that broadband, that housing, that community facilities, that water systems, those things that are going to benefit our communities, which are really the issues of equity, don't get compromised in favor of a, quote, asphalt and concrete only plan, which we need and which is an important investment. But you all have put on the table a 21st century plan for 21st century America. Update us on these conversations and discussions, and where does the president draw the line on this?
Well, the conversations are still ongoing, and which it should be. We've come down a lot. We had a negotiation with Senator Capito. It didn't go anywhere. I mean, I think it was good faith on both sides. But when you see at the end of the day that the numbers just can't get together, then his real red line was inaction. And so now there's another group of bipartisan senators that stepped up and put a considerable more amount of money on the table. And we believe that it could be the framework, but the devil's in the details of where and what that bill funds. And the president has some places that are priorities. Electric vehicle charging stations, the resiliency, when you start talking about water delivery to households, when you talk about the things you just mentioned, broadband, we see what high-speed internet can do, or how it can hold you back if you don't have it. Think about the children who had to virtual school. Think about the people who live out in rural America that couldn't use telemedicine in the middle of a pandemic. So we and the president feel very strongly about a lot of aspects of it. So right now it's still in the process of combing through the details of where that money would be spent. And that's how I think that you'll see the final formulation of whether it's something that the president decides is the juice is worth the squeeze, or if there's a better route to get to what he wants to deliver for the American people.
We're strongly in favor of the broad-based plan. We put a particular emphasis on broadband through our Lewis Latimer plan. We'll be speaking to the White House Economic Council and the Vice President about that very soon to put a fine point on the needs of urban communities, the needs of Black communities in terms of what these broadband investments should indeed look like. But it's so overdue. I am reading a book on the Belt and Road program of the People's Republic of China, the insignificant investments that they are making in infrastructure. I know when I visited China some 10 years ago, they were building 40 brand new train stations throughout China. And the people in this nation need to understand that we can't look at the need to invest in the future in a vacuum. And that's why the president's willingness to be bold, to be imaginative, to go big, to go broad, I think is one of the most important steps he's taken in the first 6 months. Indeed, as you know, part of my leadership in New Orleans was to put a tremendous amount of emphasis on infrastructure, streets, parks, pools, rail systems, streetcars, arenas, convention centers, upgrade the water system, build new housing, build, and then create opportunities for Black, Brown, and Asian businesses to participate in that upswing. And so I see the same emphasis in you all's administration. And I want to tell you, we are behind you on that. We're going to continue to push you all on all aspects, but it is so strong and positive to see you playing the role you're playing. And everyone should know that the director, Congressman Richmond, has been absolutely responsive to us on policy matters, on personnel matters, on access matters. And we try not to bother him every day, but we have it down to every other day now. And we're going to continue to partner and to work with him. We understand our responsibility is to partner and hold people accountable. The duality of our work is what certainly guides us. So I want to let you know, I think a time check here, we're good on time, or we're about at time. Joy, let me know.
Hi, Mark, I'm back. I don't know if you can see me, but you can hear me.
I can see you. You're back. So I am going to just say, we're going to put our hands together to thank Congressman Cedric Richmond, the director of the White House Office of Public Engagement and senior advisor to the president. We have questions from the audience.
Yeah. Can I take a few?
Okay. Let's take a few. We're going to take a few from the audience before we go. But thank you, Cedric, so much for being with us. And I'm going to let Joy moderate these questions and chime in if I must or if I can.
Oh,
Joy,
please. Some of them might
back to you.
All right. So one of the questions that we have, actually a couple of people have asked about student loan debt. Both how can we reduce it and also will it be canceled? Can you speak to that? And that's for Congressman Richmond. And Mark, if you want to weigh in, we welcome it too.
There are a bunch of proposals out there. President Biden on the campaign trail said that he was for relieving $10,000 of student debt for those who made under a certain amount of money. I think that was 125,000, 150,000, but don't hold me to that part of it. And that's where we are. And it's a balancing act of what you can afford, what the system can bear. But everything, it's easy to tell what he's going to do because he's just been living up to what he said he would do on the campaign trail. So we're trying to find a way to get there. We know how important it is, and we know how a lot of student debt hampers you, whether it's owning your first home or investing in a small business. We know that student loan debt can hold you back, and it's something that we are exploring all avenues to try to figure out. But if you're making plans, I would just say that I would not plan on student debt being erased.
Okay.
Let me offer this thought about student debt. Of course, we look at student debt relief in tandem with, or really as a three-part, if you will, conversation. One is the manner in which student debt has a substantial effect on the Black-white racial wealth gap, because so much of the debt on the personal balance sheets of students, Black students, again, disproportionality. The second way we look at it is, I think you all have taken some steps to try to address that, is the need for a more robust Pell Grant, free community college. It's sort of the go forward steps for those that will be attending colleges and universities. And so, we're going to continue to encourage amongst all of the priorities, certainly debt relief, but also we don't want to leave out the importance of a go forward. Those students, many of our students who go to schools like Xavier University, North Carolina A&T, Prairie View A&M, and I could name Georgia State, public universities, along with HBCUs, many times face, $2,000 to $3,000 gaps in what they need to be able to maybe stay in school after their freshman year or their sophomore year, to be able to go that final mile. And we think it's just such a worthy investment. And we will continue to, again, on this issue, continue to encourage both relief, but also support and encourage the efforts on a go-forward basis. I like expansion of the Pell Grant because it benefits students whether they go to a public university or a private university or historically Black university. While I think that there's an advantage to free community college, I want to make sure that young people who want to go to a four-year college are not steered into a community college because that is all that they can afford, understanding that the transferability of the credits is not easy in every instance. And a lot of kids get left out from continuing their education. So we know the challenges that you all are up against with respect to this issue, but I wanted to put a fine point on the racial element, the racial disparities on this.
Well, Mark, that's exactly why what we did very quickly was it's 2 years of free community college or 2 years at a HBCU or minority serving institution for those kids who want to go straight to a HBCU. And I noticed that you just couldn't bring yourself to say Morehouse. But for those kids who would want to go to a Morehouse or Southern or Grambling or Spelman or Howard or Hampton, they would have that ability for the first 2 years to go if they were under the income threshold. And we understand how important it is. And that's why our plan, we made sure to put that in there.
I love Morehouse. I love Howard. I love Hampton. I love FAMU. I love Tennessee State. I love, let me see if I can get through all 100 of them. I don't want to leave nobody, don't want to leave anybody out. I love all.
We love our minority serving institutions.
Yeah, we love. So, yeah. So, Joy, let's see. We have another couple of questions before we excuse Congressman Richmond to get back to his duties.
Yeah. So the other one that we had the most questions about was about climate change, and was about how inner city communities of people of color are being prioritized in terms of the president's climate change agenda. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. First, what we did almost on day one was to direct the Department of Transportation and Secretary Buttigieg to look at past infrastructure projects that added to either segregation or harm the African-American community, and then look at future projects and put into the grants whether it's doing harm to those communities. And so we held a couple of grants back so that we could do that study. Then if you look at all of our climate stuff, we're going to mandate, or our goal will be that 40% of the benefits need to go to communities of color, because we know traditionally they've been fence line communities. And then when you talk about climate, you still have to talk about the water delivery system. There are too many schools, too many daycares that get their water through lead pipes. And we know that the impact that that has. And so we have a very big environmental justice plan, and we're going to continue to look at it. And, you know, we're very proud of our EPA Administrator Regan. And so that's why diversity matters in a cabinet. And that's why he is there, to make sure that communities that have been disproportionately impacted by climate have the attention from the administration to deal with it. And so think of it this way, because I think there's a storm brewing in the Gulf right now. It's those communities that have been traditionally neglected in terms of the infrastructure that leave them vulnerable. And we saw during Katrina and Rita, or you could go to some of the other storms, we need to protect those communities. And that's why in resiliency and others, we're focused on them. But we also need to make sure we deal with climate change itself. So that's why you see us pushing for 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations, because electric vehicles just shouldn't be for those with 2-car garages, those who could afford it. I mean, if we're going to change this environment, we need to make sure that the new technology is available to everyone. So when you think of climate, that's why we have Gina McCarthy laser focused on climate, Secretary Kerry focused on it from a global standpoint, and why a lot of the things we do are addressing climate change, because we know the effects it's going to have, and we know how it disproportionately affects communities of color and poorer communities.
Thank you so much. So we are going to switch topics and go to voting. There are some questions here where folks are really concerned from Instagram and Twitter about the United States Postal Service and what the administration is doing. I think there are questions about DeJoy, but also just generally. What's the administration doing to make sure our postal service is safeguarded?
Well, we've appointed some responsible and good board of governors to start with, and we still have work to do from there. We know, and I can just tell you from my days in Congress, that most of my complaints that I received in my office were about the Postal Service and unreliable delivery of mail. For our seniors, that includes medicine. For a lot of people, that includes money or merchandise. And we have to make sure that the Postal Service is reliable. And so that's why we want to invest more in it. We want to bring technology into place. And we have real concerns about where it is now. And I don't want to get ahead of the president. I don't know what announcements he's made on leadership over there, but I can tell you it's something that we are paying a lot of attention to. And as we have vote by mail and things of that nature, we need to make sure that, one, people have trust in the Postal Service, but two, that it's reliable and it can get the job done.
Thanks. Mark, do you want to weigh in on that one?
Look, it was distressing to see the Postal Service become a target of partisan attacks last fall, at a time when vote by mail provided to people a safe and effective way during the pandemic to be able to cast their vote for president and other offices. It was also distressing to see men and women of the Postal Service, that include so many of my friends and relatives who made careers as letter carriers and postal workers, as a member of the Letter Carriers Union and the Postal Workers Union, see their integrity besmirched for political purposes, and to see the installation of a partisan, in my own opinion, unqualified head of the Postal Service. What I would say is we must be vigilant and we must be watchdogs, and we must keep an eye on the Postal Service. I know the president is committed, by reshaping the Board of Governors, to doing everything in his power to ensure that the Postal Service is not marginalized or undercut. And there was an effort to marginalize it and to undercut it at a time when the integrity of the Postal Service became central to the democratic system. So the Postal Service is in the Constitution. The Founding Fathers understood the value to commerce that a postal system represented in the early days, and its value is still crucial to the American people. So we will support, and the National Urban League filed suit against the Postal Service with the support of the excellent counsel of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law to challenge the actions of the Postal Service, and secured movement by them as a result of that lawsuit. So I appreciate what you shared, but we want everyone to understand the unprecedented nature of the attacks that took place, the political weaponization of the Postal Service in an effort to undermine the people's right to vote, and shame on those who participated in that. And we will fight to ensure that the Postal Service continues to have the kind of integrity and balance, efficiency, and effectiveness as it's had throughout its history.
That's fantastic, Mark. We're going into our last question. And I think this is a great one for you, Congressman Richmond, because I think you all are doing good things already. Tell us, the American Rescue Plan was so important for the nation, but we want to make sure that people actually know about all the benefits that are included in it, how they can access it, whether we're talking about indirect benefits that come through states and localities, how do we hold them accountable, make sure they get to people on the ground, schools on the ground, but also direct benefits like the emergency broadband benefit and the child tax credit. Can you tell me what you all are doing to spread the good news?
Well, I'm glad you brought it up, because in a few days we'll be having National Awareness Day for the Child Tax Credit, because we want people to understand. We're unveiling a website. It came out today, I believe. And what's important about the Child Tax Credit that we really want people to understand is that you don't have to wait till you file your taxes next year to claim the credit. If you file your taxes right now, and you will get $3,600 for every child under the age of 7, $3,000 for children under the age of 17. And you'll get that money monthly. We'll prorate it for the end of the year, and you'll get it monthly as a direct benefit. So I think the numbers I saw, I think while I was walking over here, that if you have 2 children, one of which may be under 7, you would get $500 a month till the end of the year. But you won't get it if you don't go on the website, file your taxes, or fill out the paperwork to do it. And so if you look at the earned income tax credit that we expanded because of the Affordable Care Act, or if you look at the dependent care tax credit, all of those things were things that we did directly for American families because we knew they were catching it coming and going. And it was our ability to help. And so we just hope that through partners like the Urban League and others, that we continue to educate people on exactly how to access those benefits, but they're there. And we want people to take full use of them because this is direct benefits that they will see every month. And that's how we reduce child poverty. That's how we're going to reduce poverty in the Black community by 34%, 39% in the Hispanic community, 22% in the AAPI community. And so we have a lot of work to do in terms of educating the public, but we know that with partners out there, great community partners like the Urban League, people will get the word out. People will utilize what we're doing, and hopefully they will use that money to improve the lives for them and for their children. And so,
I just want to say this.
Go ahead, Mark.
That child tax credit, when combined with the earned income tax credit, we're going to have to fight to make those expansions permanent, are the most dramatic anti-poverty steps to help children and families in many, many generations. And you can count the National Urban League, our affiliate network, and our voice in this effort to educate people, to help people understand it. These are the people we serve. These are the constituents that walk into Urban League affiliate offices each and every day. And we want to make sure that the pickup rate, that the utilization rate is at 100%. So we can't tell you how much we appreciate those significant steps in a creative way to use the tax code in an effort to fight poverty. So thank you for your advocacy, and thanks for the leadership of the administration, and much more to do, but big steps in the right direction.
Well, Mark, June 21st is going to be Child Tax Credit Awareness Day. And if you just look anywhere on White House social media, any of our friends and allies out there, you'll get all the information you need so that you can file, and starting July 15th, start receiving those checks.
And if you follow the National Urban League on social media, we will be lifting up those resources. We have campaigns around all of the things that Congressman Richmond was talking about, as well as President Morial. I want to thank you both for a wonderful session. Yes. Thank you so much for your leadership. And in particular, Congressman Richmond, for your insights into the White House agenda. We really appreciate it. Before we move on, I want to please stay tuned for a word from our presenting sponsor, Johnson & Johnson. But thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll come back up with thank you, Johnson & Johnson. Yep. Is that right? Okay. Thank you, Johnson & Johnson. I want to thank all of our speakers and special guests for making this powerful first day of the legislative file. Be sure tomorrow to return to the second day of the conference. It is our 18th annual conference, and we are so glad to have you be a part. And if you haven't already, don't forget to join our phone to action effort to protect our democratic process. Text "Protect Our Vote," one word, to number 52886. Again, text "Protect Our Vote," one word, to number 52886. We are urging Congress to pass the For the People Act of 2021 and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Both bills contain provisions to protect free and fair access to the ballot for all Americans. It's your right. You got to fight for it. So see you back tomorrow for day 2. Have a good afternoon.